Piercing through a single light when everything around it faded. A world that hurts more than all I know tries to frivolously move on along. Just let me say it. Pray to feel this pain from within. Oh, how it hurts so.
Just to the methods of someone else. No longer with the king on the stage you call. Open up your eyes of your own accord. To the center when they say there is hope. Say that I'm just falling from grace and within a dark age and these sins and these dreams and even as it burns to hell while melting away, take it all and swallow whole and the tears of basketball and the pain you find a choice and with the blackened edge your blades go fire away within the huge blaze yet the fire never took it dull the point of your blade never let it free and go burn till nothing's left at all there's no need for things as ashes harness all you have from within.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's having a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. It's really hot when you try and stream in the middle of the day. Like I just remembered that it's summer, and usually I don't have to think about this when it's like my usual stream time of like 8 o'clock at night because it's like not the sun isn't out being a deadly laser, so like I forgot that it gets really hot in the room when you're streaming when it's like a billion degrees outside and the sun is out. So like the entire pre-show I was just like, oh fuck, I forgot streaming in the middle of the day was a pain in the ass, man. Oh, welcome. I have like zero plans for the stream except I'm talking about Crestoria. That's the only plan. Okay. My original plan was making a PowerPoint. And I pretty much like I made most of the PowerPoint already. But as I was working on it, I was like, man, this isn't fun. This feels like I'm just making a fucking convention panel. Like an informative convention panel. This isn't fun. So I decided to throw that all out the window, and I'm just gonna do a general yap of my experiences with Tales of Crestoria. Fun fact number one, did you know that the only that like some of the only official content that's still out and released for Tales of Crestoria right now is the soundtrack? Pretty much everything else about this game has been taken out back and shot to death by Bamco. Like, including promotional material, including, like, the YouTube channel, including the website, like, everything else about this game has been shot to death, except for the soundtrack, which is still on Spotify, and that's, like, the only place where it's available. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, I'm pretty sure Bamco, put up the soundtrack on Spotify, and I think it's also on YouTube Music, and then forgot that they existed, which is the only reason why it's still up today, because they just flat out forgot that they put it there. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome in Vel, thank you for being first. Welcome in Czech, hi. So welcome to Tales of Crestoria stream. The game that has haunted my dreams and has been a waking nightmare in my mental for 5 years now. Over 5 years actually, because I'm not sure of the exact dates, but the game was announced probably in like 2018. Yes, it had to have been 2018. So it was either announced like sometime in 2018, I think, is when the game was announced, and it had a vice grip since the announcement on my heart. So it's been longer than that since it has completely taken over my mental brain. And like it's been a thing. So yeah, this is a spoofy. I can play it before like I can play a little bit of it before we before we get into like actual like video content. But phenomenal soundtrack. Fun fact, this is actually like not even the full soundtrack because they never released some songs, and some of the songs we only know about because we data mined it. Anyway, by we I mean not me. I mean like the 20 other fans of Crestoria. So let's just like look at the wiki and like see what we can find here. So for those of you who don't know, Tales of Crestoria is one of the many Tales gachas that Bamco has taken out back and shot to death because they don't know how to run a mobile game. Specifically, Nerd using your virus powers data mine the game. Yes, I personally went into the game. That's a lie. Somebody else did it, but that is a lie. So, oh, okay. We have our her announcement date. Yeah. Oh my god, Lucky, hi! Welcome in! No perfect if you ask one. Are you ready to learn about Tales of Crestoria with me? I'm literally like, anybody who walks in today, like I'm just grabbing by the scruff and just like, hey, you're learning about Tales of Crestoria today. And I'm plopping them down and I'm gonna be like, you're not leaving until you at least know a little bit of the brainworms that I have experienced these past billions of years. You're so ready? That's what I like to hear. So, yeah, so we have the exact date. So, like, on the 23rd anniversary stream, so I'm assuming for the Tales series, is this gonna be on the test? Probably. It means whenever I bring up Tales of Crestoria on stream from now on, you could be like, oh, I understood that. I know what reference Nur's making. Wow, that's the game that Nur can't stop thinking about, despite the fact that it's been dead for like 3 slutty years. Which by the way, I did try to name the stream, Crestoria has been around for 5 slutty years, but Twitch didn't like that, so I had to go with redacted years. So, Twitch doesn't like my slutty jokes. But anyway, so Crestoria was announced in 2018, and if you want like an example of how badly this game gripped me from day one, I used to, like, this is years ago, and I'm pretty sure that nobody who also attended this convention is anywhere near me on the socials anymore. So, the game was announced in 2018, and we were slowly, like, drip-fed all the characters, like, slowly over the course of, like, X amount of time. And I was attending a very tiny Tales of convention in early 2019. So, it was called a CeliaCon, and it was like a really tiny convention that was, I don't think it even passed like 300 people. It is that small. It was that small. It's no longer around today. But, so I cosplayed from Tales of Crestoria at that convention. And I had somebody with me who was also cosplaying Crestoria because we were just like, we were just like, oh my god, this looks amazing. Let's just, why not? Let's go cosplay this already. So, I was cosplaying as Orwin from the game. You'll see more about him later. And the person with me who was also cosplaying it was dressed as Vicious, who, if you don't know, is the man with the womb tattoo. You will be seeing him later. So we cosplayed them at the convention. Like, that's how badly it gripped me. And you might be like, Nur, like, how could a announcement of a new game completely, like, take you by the scruff and be like, oh, you're cosplaying this now. You are dedicating a lot of your time to be hyped for this game. Let me show you the concept movie. This is what they announced. Let me pause the music. I need to rewind a little bit. But so they didn't announce it by saying like, so let me set the scene. It is the Tales of live stream, and you don't know what they're planning on doing because Bamco's a fucking enigma. Like, maybe you're thinking that maybe they might release Symphonia again. Maybe they'll actually do something original for once. But then they announced just this video, like no context. We didn't know what systems it'd be releasing on. We didn't know anything about it. We only were shown this and given no information other than this. So let's watch this video together. This is like the first time we had heard of this fucking game. So, and I'm gonna be honest, like, the fucking aesthetics of this video, like, is something that I always love. Like, look at this shit. It's all, like, pixelated and shit, like, a little later. Alright. I fucking love this video, by the way. Like, originally I wanted my lore video to kind of look like that, with, like, the pixelated, like, I don't know how you call it, like, limited color palette. That's how I wanted my lore video to look like, but, you know, no, I couldn't find anyone who did shit like this, and also that'd be kind of expensive, so I didn't do it, but it was the original thought. I want to copy this, essentially. Alright. Yeah, this is really cool. Yeah, this is... Now you can see why, huh? So this is all we knew. Like, we were... They didn't even have a fucking logo. They didn't even have a logo at this point. And you might be thinking, wow, so the game's turning 5 years old, right? Why does it say releasing in 2019? Well, you see, this 2019, that was a lie. We didn't know it at the time, but this was a complete lie. So this is, like, all the information we were given. It was, Tales of Crestoria, this was not even the logo. They didn't even have the logo prepared for the announcement stream, which is really funny in my opinion. And we knew that the so if you're not a Tales fan, all Tales games have like basically a little tagline that goes with it. It's like kind of the philosophy of the story, because like Tales games are like heavy story based stuff. As an example, I think Tales of Exilia 2's tagline is an RPG like something choices. And there was, like, a game about, like, making choices and shit. So, this theme is an RPG written in blood and betrayal, which, like, holy shit! And, again, this is all we knew. So, you know, first things first, I forget, when did Berseria release? Because I think Berseria had released, but we didn't know what the next Tales game would be. So, like, I only played Tales of Berseria and Tales of Arise. But Berseria good, I hope you enjoyed Arise. But I believe this was after Berseria. This had to be after Berseria because Velvet's in it. But I don't think Arise was announced yet, or maybe Arise had been announced. I don't know. But the original thought was like, this is a console game. Like, this looks really cool. This has to be a console game. And then, like, so I don't know how long it took before like this announcement trailer dropped, and then the actual like press release came out with actual more details. But then like, so we were hoping like, oh my god, this looks like a really cool, like, this is a really cool concept trailer for a console game. And then it was released. Then they released like, hey, by the way, Crestoria, that it's gonna be a mobile game. And then we're like, oh fuck. Because context. Let me play more music. So context is that earlier in 2018, Bamco had just shut down 2 of the Tales gachas. So like, there was originally Tales of Link and Tales of the Rays, and Bamco shut down both of them in 2018. So like, we weren't really feeling Tales mobile games at the time. So we're like, oh my god, they just shot 2 games in the back alley and now they're releasing a new one. This is not, we aren't really feeling this, bro. Like, this isn't gonna be good. But even so, there was a little bit of hope, because in the press release, I believe they were also saying like, hey, this is gonna be completely original. Like, this is an original story that's focused on new characters. And then we're like, okay, so it's not like a multi-character thing, it's an original thing. So like, okay, maybe they're doing something like cool. Maybe this is like pretty cool. And then they come out with the extended concept trailer, which let me see where it is. By the way, most of the videos we're getting are from the Crestoria archives and the Tales of Crestoria archives. Which one is this from? Crestoria archives. Okay, so we were thinking like, okay, well, we don't like that it's a mobile game. Like, this is kind of disappointing, but you know what? Original story, like, maybe it'll be a little better. Like, maybe it isn't gacha. Like, maybe it could just be a paid thing just for the mobile device. Like, that would be cool and actually something not a lot of companies do nowadays, because anything mobile game has to be paid has to be gacha, not just like a paid single thing. But then so we now know it's a mobile game, and we now know that it is we know it's a mobile game, but we also know that it is entirely focused on a new cast of characters and a new setting. Okay, so we know this, and then they come out with the extended concept trailer, and most of the stuff in the beginning is the same. So let me just skip through it. The back end, though, is different. So starting here, it starts to we learn some new things. Which, to be fair, mobile games are not always bad. Like, not all mobile games are bad, but specifically the reason why we were so negative about it at the time was because Bamco was handling their mobile games really poorly. Like, they had just shot Tales of Link and Tales of the Rays in a back alley somewhere. So like things weren't looking good on that end. And also, I do want to mention that this was also before like, I don't know, before Genshin blew up. I don't know, like, people didn't see gacha, at least in the West, at least. Like, I don't know how they saw it in Japan, but in the West, like, gacha was still seen as like a really cheap thing to do. Mobile games in general were like very cheap. So this was before Genshin Impact released, and that kind of changed things, because then like say what you want about Genshin, like it did kind of change things. We're like, oh my god, there's this huge world that you can play on your mobile device, like that kind of thing. Yeah. So it was way back. So we like back then the association was mobile game equals poor quality. And I'm going to be honest, the previous Tales gachas that we got in the West weren't the highest quality. Because Tales of Link, it was very bare bones. I had fun with it, but it was a very bare bones game, kind of cheap to make, to be honest. And then Tales of the Rays, I didn't like. It didn't really play well in my experience because it was a mobile game. So like, the fact that like we were getting a new mobile game, it kind of felt like part of us were like, in our experience, mobile games are cheap, and then on the other hand, it was looking like, oh, this looks actually really cool. Are they actually going to try investing in a worthwhile mobile experience, which we hadn't really seen before because MiHoYo wasn't a thing yet. Yeah, this was before Genshin. It is really insane. To live in a MiHoYo-less time. But let me show you like the new back half of the concept trailer here. So all this is different now. So we kind of get an example of like how they're fighting and stuff. Yeah, the golden age before MiHoYo took over the world. We're mainly seeing Mizella, Hanata, and Vicious fighting. And this is the moment everyone's like, oh no, they're not doing this again, are they? The animations are sick. They are really, really good. So in this trailer, they now have, this is actually the logo, so they could afford to make the logo at this point. But literally, so this shot, we aren't quite sure. We're like, oh no, this guy looks kind of familiar. Oh no. And then the next shot, we're like, oh fuck. Literally the pre like the pre-game experience for Crestoria was like that chart that says like that fucking chart that's like we're so back and it's so over, like over and over again. That's literally the experience we had, because like at first we were like, okay, well it's an original story, it's fine. But then this trailer reveals that like, oh no, oh no, it's so Jover. These are Tails characters. Oh no, it's a crossover again. So then we're like, what are you talking about? It can't be it's not an original story now, because now we have like random bozos from other Tails games here now. so like we were like, because like before we were like, okay, this could be Luke from Tales of the Abyss, but we could be looking at him wrong. It could be a different character. Like we don't get a good look at him. But then next shot, we're like, what the fuck? That is Velvet from Berseria, and that is Mila from Tales of Exilia. What are you doing here? So then we are back on the It's So Over charts. Like, that, again, like, I'm just gonna, like, pull up a picture of that, like, yeah. Just because, like, this is just the experience. This is just how Tales of Crestoria felt when you were kind of invested to a game that hasn't released yet. Like, this is just how it was. So yeah, this is Crestoria's honestly, like, it was just the experience the entire time. It, like, setting aside pre-content, it was just how it was. So um yeah, so again, this is just the concept stuff. And we started like getting drip fed all the character trailers. Like we started learning about like, okay, who are these people? Like who are supposedly this is about a new cast of characters. Who are these fucking guys? So then we learn did all the characters have trailers? Yes. They're all on the Crestoria archives, because I don't know why they did this, because does the official Luminaria account still exist? Let me look. Okay, so Tales of Luminaria, because that's another one. Okay, apparently all of their stuff is still up. So this is Crunchyroll, so not... Okay, this kind of pisses me off. Okay, so context. Luminaria was the... I'll talk about Luminaria a little bit later, but Luminaria was not really shot to death in the back alley. It's kind of a thing. But for Crestoria specifically, like when they took down, when they shut down the game, they also just like mass deleted everything Crestoria from the YouTube channel, and like basically like any promotional material they just like deleted. And they hadn't really done that before. So like as far as I know at least. But so like literally all the trailers are on Crestoria archives, because like I don't think any of us were expecting them to do it, but like somebody did like go through and like save everything. So let's see. Oh, might be on the other archives one. Okay. This is like more the data miner person. But where's the dang trailers? Okay. Such a dedicated community. Yes, listen, the Crestoria community is nothing if not dedicated. There's only like 20 of us. I'm dead serious. Okay, oh, here's some of the character trailers. Do we have all of them? I think we do have all of them. So yeah, let's look at all the character trailers. So this is Kanata. Kanata's the protagonist. I'm actually not the biggest fan of Kanata. Because like his whole personality is literally being the protagonist, and I don't know, he doesn't really in my opinion, aside from like his involvement in the story is kind of like all he is, to be honest. But yeah, this is Kanata.
世界はそれを罪だと言った。俺はいつか世界中の人を幸せにしてあ
See,
げたい。
he's the protagonist.
やっぱり
Can
ビ
you
ジョン
see?
オーブって素晴らしいものだね。
Oh yeah, I should probably like talk about the setting.
いなくなって当然さ。
Yeah, he's also like before. Yeah,
何をやっているのさ。
yeah, the character design's really good.
俺はミゼロは誰にも渡さない。頭に声が響いてくる。罪の刻印が俺に。
And we'll talk about the plot after this video.
俺は
But yeah, it also had animated cutscenes, which is really cool.
裁かれるのが正しいはずなんだ。けど、そ
I
れでも
forgot that I haven't even talked about the plot of the game that I love.
手が汚れていたとしても、
I've only been talking about like the pre stuff.
まだ俺は生きていたいんだ。
Yeah,
許される日が来なかった。
it's Kanata.
この罪を力に
Yeah, it's very painful. We'll see later.
蹴散らせ。ガトツ小破断。断ち切る。空が一戦。
Oh, that was a controversial thing too, the way it played. That was controversial.
大化のしるべ。その身に刻め。石化滅霊山。トガ人だとしても、その先に何かあると信じて。
That's Kanata's theme playing in the background.
生きる。
Okay, so there was a lot of things that he said in that trailer that might be confusing. So, y'all, I wanna present this question to you. What would happen if getting canceled on Twitter meant that somebody hunted you down and tried to kill you? Literally. What if the police came and was like, "Hey, you got canceled on Twitter. We have to go kill you now." Like, imagine this. Imagine getting canceled meant, like, the police came to find you and be like, "All right, sorry, you gotta die." That's the plot of Tales of Crestoria. So, it's literally like, if you get canceled, you die. That's it. So, basically, let me just, like, piece through this and explain things. So, in the world of Tales of Crestoria, everybody is given something called a vision orb, which is basically like a little necklace or a charm that you keep around on you, and it basically records everything that's around you. So, it just kind of, like, passively. It doesn't do anything on its own, but it just, like, makes recordings of stuff that happens around you, and it's fine. And you can, like, point it at things if you see something. If you see something, point your vision orb at it. And basically, if you see somebody doing a crime, you can just take out your vision orb and point it in the direction of the bad that's being happened, record it, and then broadcast it to every single person in the world. It's literally Twitter. So you broadcast a video of this crime to every single person in the world, and then every single person in the world will vote on whether you are guilty or whether you're fine. And if you're found guilty, then your vision orb, the vision orb that you have, will basically brand you. So, you'll see this. Where the fuck is your brand? Where's your brand? So, yeah, you get branded. This is a strain of guilt. So it gets branded on you somewhere. Like, and Kanata it's in his hand. And being branded means that basically, like, these mysterious, like, creatures will basically hunt you down to the ends of the earth and drag you into super hell. And that's the world. And that is the basic setting of Crestoria. So, and all of the strains of guilt have, like, specific names attached to them. And I forget the name for Kanata's, but Kanata's is basically, he's guilty of patricide, so he killed his father. So he might be like, oh my god, Kanata killed his father, and it's like, yes, he did, actually. But the whole theme of Crestoria is that, like, hey, even though, like, yes, the videos show that they did the things they did, there's actually, you're missing the context. And there's, like, a lot of themes around that where somebody's either guilty, like, directly, like, hey, they did do this thing, but it was for a good reason, or we were trying to prevent this, so we had to do this. So that's the whole thing. And so yeah. So that's like Kanata's whole deal, is that he killed his father and he's been found guilty by the world, and now he has a strain of guilt on him. And yeah. So the next character is Mizella. Another, like, the main two characters I actually don't like as much as the other ones. Mizella is Kanata's childhood friend. She's an orphan, and she basically, like, lived in the orphanage that his father ran. So let's see what Mizella's trailer is. Her design's really pretty, though. I love her design so much. Also, hi, Tenten. Yeah, very cool dress. Yeah, Crestoria. Tenten, we're learning about Crestoria. We're learning about Crestoria today. It's very painful when they get fucking branded. Oh yeah, I forgot, like, one important detail too. I will get into it after that. And that's Mizella's theme in the background. Crestoria is such a tragedy, man. Okay, so this is Mizella. So Mizella's whole, I forget what her brand is called. Like, there's some of them I just, like, won't remember off the top of my head, and that's fine. But so Mizella's whole sin is murder, basically. She's guilty of murder, like, which is something she did do. Again, like, most of the crimes that you see, like, they did do that. and it wasn't Kanata's father. And basically, for reasons that we'll find out later, she, in order to try and save Kanata from being branded as a traitor, not a transgressor, I mean, which, aka, like, somebody who's guilty, they're called transgressors here. But to try and, like, basically redirect the blame onto her rather than Kanata to protect him, she lit the entire orphanage on fire. You might be thinking, wow, so Kanata's father was killed, and then she lit the entire orphanage on fire. That's interesting. And yes, you'd be correct. That is very interesting. That is we'll get into that later. But let's just say that, like, parts of Crestoria's story are just like, oh, and you think, like, oh, I guess I know why it's not a console Tales game, because I don't think they could do that on a console Tales game. But yeah, so she lit it on fire using there's these like really cool looking plants. She has one in her hair that are called I think they're blaze blooms, bright blooms or blaze blooms, but they're flowers that if you like disturb them in a certain way, they turn into a fireball. So she took a bunch of flowers and then I kind of regret I never played it. I mean, if you had played it, you'd be like me and still talking about it after 5 years. So she lit the orphanage on fire, and she was branded as and then like the entire world also found her guilty because she did do a murder to not somebody who wasn't Kanatsu's father. Yep, Bamco really bungled the launch. I will get into that a little bit later. Yeah, that's Mizella. She's like the main the lead female of the game. And then next character is everyone's favorite. Do you guys remember me talking about Mr. Womb Tattoo? It's Vicious. I covered his song. So this is Vicious. His deal's a little unique. So yeah, it's Mr. Womb Tattoo. Welcome in, Alcor. Hope you're having a fantastic one. I will pay attention for Bella just like, fine, I'll watch your fucking Crestoria stream because Vicious is on it. Courage, yes, courage. The magic turns dreams to reality.
罪を犯さず綺麗な手でいることを望むのか選ばせてやるよ罪に飲まれるか罪を食らうか汚れた定めで
Oh, that's my boy! That's Orwin! Me pointing like, you'll see him later! And that's Vicious's theme in the background. Yeah, this man was everywhere in PvP. Correct.
Tales of Crestoria.
Now, I remember the time. Okay, alright. I'll talk about this more later, but I couldn't play it at launch because my phone was shitty. But anyway, stream every yeah, I covered Vicious's song in English, so please watch it. It got like 2 views because there's nobody who likes Crestoria anymore. But it's funny, I covered Vicious's song, but I based the entire art around Orwin stuff, so that's funny. But this is Vicious. He has a womb tattoo. Everybody loves him because he has the womb tattoo. Again, at that convention I attended where he did cosplay as Orwin, there was a Vicious with me. It was very funny because he did have the womb tattoo. Mr. Fan Service came to the SaliaCon that day. But yeah, this is Vicious. We never learned his like entire deal in the game itself. I'm assuming that we learn more about it in the manga, which is another fucking thing. But so basically Vicious is the original transgressor, and we don't really know the specifics about that from the game. But he kind of can. It's been a while since I fucking experienced the story, so I'm gonna say some details wrong. Like, don't shoot me if I say something you're like, no, you just said it wrong. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Take my hand. But so he can basically turn if you're branded as a transgressor, Vicious can help you kind of overcome that and also turn your bloodsin into a really cool weapon. So he's the one who kind of finds both Kanata and Mizella and is like, hey, do you want to just like wallow in your misery, or do you want to kind of own it and also fight these guys that are gonna try and drag you into super hell? So, and then they're like, no, I don't want to be dragged into super hell, thank you, Mr. Vicious. And then they get a blood sin. Like the blood Sin, it's like the weapon. It's what they call the weapon. and so like he allows them to like basically wield the really, really cool weapons in battle. And it's really cool. And he's like kind of the guy who like makes it so all the other characters can continue living and not be sent to super hell. Which, by the way, when you are inflicted with like a brand, when you're branded as a transgressor, you do when it happens, one, it's really painful. Two, you basically hear the entire world calling you a piece of shit. Again, it's like Twitter. So it's kind of like, imagine like you get canceled on Twitter and you get a bunch of like messages that tell you to like go somewhere and stuff. You get a bunch of messages and they're very bad. Imagine if they're all beamed into your brain. That's what happens when you're branded as a transgressor. So like they're kind of going through it, and then Vicious has to give them a pep talk, just like, hey, don't worry about it. come kill these guys with me. And then they go kill those guys with him. So that's Vicious's whole thing, is that he's like kind of the guy who allows the characters to keep on living and keep on doing the things that they need to do. Because a lot of them also have unfinished business, so they can't, like, their life can't be over for whatever reason. Like, they just can't stop. So they all have things that they need to do. And then we get into Aegis. Everyone's favorite gay boy. I'm actually dead serious. like probably if you decided to put all of the Tales characters, like every single game, into a bucket, into like a list, a numbered list, if you will, of characters that have a chance of actually canonically being LGBT plus, Aegis is very high on that list. Like, it's there. It's just there, guys. His entire story, like, it feels like he's LGBT plus, like me as an asexual, bisexual woman, I look at Aegis and there's like a connection where I'm just like, wait, I can smell you. Because that those Mikleo parallels, so true. Mikleo is number 1 on the list, but somewhere in the top 10 is also Aegis. That's not the. There we go. Aegis. Let's see what his deal's about.
世界はそれを罪だと言った。ミダスメグール王国騎士団長イージスアルバマイル黙れ。トガ人の汚らしい言い訳など聞く気はない。貴様らは生きていてはいけない存在だ。王妃様のお役に立てているのなら騎士として誉れに思います。何度も同じことを言わせないでください。それだけはできません。違う。それはあなたが辛そうで救いたかったから。それが正義だと信じて疑わず何一つ恥じることなく邁進してきたはずだった。なのに罪の刻印、俺にこんなものが。俺はそれでも俺は救いたい、守りたい。正義だからでもなく騎士だからでもなく、それが俺の願いだから。
And Aegis doesn't have a theme song. This is the general theme song.
俺は俺自身の願いに従い弱きを守る刃となる。なぎ払う不傷一戦。吹き飛ぶがいい破空走。定めを貫け秘宝の刃。一撃必突エンデッドピアス。貫く今度こそ最後まで。
Good song though, but it's not his.
生きる。それが
Yeah, so this little gay boy is Aegis. So he's a knight. There we go. He's a knight. He has a really cool design, a really cool uniform design. It just looks really cool. This is like a footnote. Only Kanata, Mizella, and Vicious get theme songs. Like, the other 3 characters just don't get them, and I don't know if they were planning on adding them later if the game actually was successful, but it's just kind of a really sad thing that, like, hey, Aegis, Yuna, Orwin do not get any, like, special little songs that they can play during their thing. So it is sad. But yeah, this is Aegis. He's a knight. Originally, you meet Aegis. He's, like, basically trying to help hunt you down. Like, he is dedicated to the cause of justice, and he hears that there's a bunch of sinners around, and he's gotta, you know, like, hunt you guys down and, like, turn you in because you're avoiding going to super hell. This is kind of why I said what I said earlier. So his story is that he's very dedicated, he's very much, like, to the code knight guy, and one of his jobs is protecting the crown, aka, like, the princess, and the princess is madly in love with him. And he's not into her. He's just not into her. And I forget the exact circumstances. Like, I forget, like, what exactly happens, but essentially he has to, like, reject her, and she's kind of, like, being very overtly like, no, but I love you and stuff, but he's, like, completely uninterested in her, which is why LGBT plus themes. And as a result of him rejecting the princess, something happens and he is branded a sinner. So I think he's framed. I think he's framed for something as a result of him rejecting the princess. So he becomes a sinner, and then he travels with the group that he was hunting down. It's really, it's a really interesting little thing that goes on. But yeah, he's the first of the characters don't have all the special, like, theme songs and stuff that the first three have, but that's his main deal. He is a little bastard because, like, I don't know, he goes through that, like, he goes through a similar arc that what's the fuck's her name? Oh boy, I need to play Berseria again. Eleanor, like, a similar arc to Eleanor in Berseria. I think that's her name. I'm not sure. But, like, she works for the knights, and she works for, like, the good, quote-unquote good guys, and, like, yeah. Very similar arc to her, where, like, she initially does, like, he doesn't initially want to, like, vibe with the group, because, like, obviously, like, they're bad guys, and he's a good guy, and then, like, he gets integrated. Like, similar arc there. Then there's Yuna. Everyone loves Yuna. Footnote, Tales series really bad at putting ages to their characters. She's 17. She's 17. Yeah, it's something. Hi, Yuna.
うちは情報をなりわいにしてるジャーナリストやさかい。ただで物事を聞けるとは思わんことやね。嘘を嘘としてコミュニケーションに使っとるだけ。
Yeah. Again, Tales games bad at assigning ages to their characters. I'll say it.
勝手に悪人や決めつけて思考を願ってもうた。うちは嘘をつきたなかった言霊。うちの言葉がそれで死んでもうたら、うちはこれがうちの罪。なんやそれ。
He also has an accent, if you couldn't tell from the
うちの
text.
言ったことは間違ってへん。罪人でもかまへん。串刺しにされても本当のこと叫び続けたる。世界を変え
Another general theme, but
剣や銃だけや
yeah, her brand's on her tongue.
腕の力も必要やろ。しびれろ。一つないし。裂かれるんやな。十字列詞。蛇のように入り、蛇のように襲え。
Yeah, she's 17. Man. Horse on beach, man.
まあこんなもんやろ。旅をするのは大歓迎や。いろんなところにいろんな真実があるからな。テイルズ・オブ・クレストリア。
So yeah, that's Yuna. She's a journalist slash information broker. I believe, like, we meet up with Yuna because she's like she like has a working relationship with Vicious, where like she kind of gives information away, and she doesn't really care that he's like the great transgressor, and she just like it's a living, basically. But her whole thing is that she's a journalist, and she was basically like, again, if you put all the Tales characters in a numbered list of like who is LGBT plus, Yuna is also like probably on the top 10. Because she has a very close female friend who's a singer, and you know, they're gal pals or something. They're gay. You can't really beat it around the bush. They're pretty gay. Yeah, they're gal pals, and I believe, again, Yuna's another character that like you're and they were roommates with one bed. Whoa. You know, they didn't want to buy a second mattress. That's it. They're just being economical about it. But so her whole deal is that like I believe that her singer female friend, mattresses are very expensive. Like she's losing her voice or otherwise being overworked, and some things happen, and Yuna basically like puts out an article like saying something, and the world doesn't like it and assume that like she's bullying her female friend, and then sentence her to death because of it. It's actually really like it's really I remember it being like really shocking when I was initially reading it. But again, the details, it's been a long time since I've reviewed the story again. So man, we won't be able to review the whole story this stream. I'm only planning on like showing you a few chapters of the game. Like my favorite ones that like absolutely stick out to me. But man, most of them are really good. So she's canceled on Twitter. And her brand is like on one of the more interesting places because like, you know, Mizella and Kanata, it's on their hands. Aegis is on over his heart because, you know, like that something Knights. And then Yuna's on her tongue, which is like one of the more interesting places for the brand to be. Yeah, there's Yuna. Man, I wish I mean, I said this when me and Val streamed Tales of Exilia together, where like the whole time we were ragging on the fact that Jude's like 15, but also a medical student, and that doesn't make sense. And most of his struggles involve like kind of like more college aged vibes, basically. Like this is another one of those cases where like, okay, you're living alone, you have a gal pal, you're not 17. It's kind of like that vibe. And also you're an information broker for the Great Transgressor, and you're 17. Looking at Jude Mathis again, just like, wait, you're a medical student? You're 15 years old? What the fuck? That doesn't make sense. And let's get into the last character, also the one that Bamco forgets about, and also my favorite character. Girl had a busy childhood. Oh, sure. Just like Jude Mathis had a really busy childhood getting into medical school. Anyway, this is... Where's Orwin? Where are you? Orwin! This is Orwin. He's my favorite character in Crestoria. Let's learn about him. You might look at him and be like, of course you like him. Yeah. Yeah.
あいつを信じてやれなかった。アウラを一人にするつもりかよ。俺じゃダメなんだよ。ああ、そうか。消されるのか、俺は。いいぜ。こんなクズにはふさわしい最後だ。さっさとやれよ。確かに俺は生きてる価値のねえトガ人だ。クズだと笑いたきゃ笑えばいい。だがそれでも守りたいもんのためなら 俺はいつまでだって生き恥さらしてやるよ。俺はろくでなしだが、
It's Orwin.
それでも守りたいもんくらいあるんだよ。燃えろ、ブレイズラックで吹っ飛べ、ブレイズラステー
It's my boy.
ほらほらほらほらほら、跡形も残してやらねえぞ。
Yeah, another general battle theme. Like none of the other three have
ちょっと
anything.
熱くなっちまったかな。柄じゃねえんだけどな。ちょっくら世界
I actually remember this one. Yeah.
テイルズ・オブ・クレストリア。生きる。それが
Yeah. So this is Orwin. You might be thinking, well, he looks like a piece of shit. Could be anything, and you are correct. He is kind of a piece of shit. So this is Orwin. He's married with one kid. And his deal is that, okay, but he's a piece of shit. He oh my god, guys, he loves his wife so much. Like, I could get into it. I'm hoping we can watch some of his chapter today, if I have time and if I'm like feeling up for it. But I'm gonna be honest, I will always feel up for watching Orwin's story again. But so this is Orwin. He's married. He has a kid, and you first meet him in jail. so like your first thing, like this man, he has gotten the short end of the stick for like everything about Crestoria, because usually if there's like a big group thing where like, hey, Bamco, remember that Crestoria exists, let's have all the characters like be featured here, Orwin will always be missing. It will always be like 5 characters and it will exclude Orwin. It's so sad. Like in one of the other Tales mobile games in Japan, they were like drip feeding in Crestoria characters and they included everybody except for Orwin. Wait, introduce him us, please. I know, right? So, but also he was like one of the last characters that was like introduced into the story. So like, I just want to express this genuinely. The game released in 2020. He like mid 2020. He wasn't introduced formally. We didn't learn his deal until like a year later. It's videos. Welcome in, Rize. But, so we didn't get to see what his deal was until a year later. Like, this man had, like, the worst time in this game. I miss the game so much. But his deal is that, so, I'm gonna be vague about this like I was with Kanata, where, like, you know, Kanata killed his father. We'll get into that later. Orwin, he killed his wife. But the context is very important in this case because holy shit, that chapter was intense. So yeah, his sin is that he killed his wife, and now he's kill wife for crud. Miss wife. There's actually like a really good reason. I promise you. Like, you might not. I mean, miss wife, but I mean, he kind of looks like a freak anyway. But this guy's also probably like the freakiest of the cast, legitimately. He is this man, wholeheartedly certified freak. I want to say something else about him, but it might be a spoiler for later. So, certified freak, killed his wife, and now he travels with the group. Also, he's a prince. People always forget this, but he is a prince. You might be like, what about this man looks princely? What is Rindo doing on the screen? Rindo's not a prince. But, so, part of his backstory is that, so, Orwin was the prince of the kingdom he lives in, but then he met his wife, fell in love with her so hard, and decided to completely, like, relinquish his claim to the throne to marry his wife. That is his backstory, is that former prince, but quit everything to marry his wife. He is the wife man. So, like, he just gave up but also he's a piece of shit, because by the time you meet him, like, he is not working. Let me just say, so when you meet this stallion of a man, he is unemployed. He is entirely living off of his wife's funds, and his daughter calls him a piece of shit. He is the most eligible bachelor in my opinion. Great guy. But yeah, and also when he is introduced into the story, he is in jail with Raven from Tales of Vesperia. Were Orban anyone else, he wouldn't be a huge favorite of mine. Loves his wife, a freak, kills his wife, gave up everything, piece of shit, depressed. These are all the things I love, but he doesn't look like a whore. Oh my god. Yeah, it is true. Loves his wife. He's a freak. He killed his wife. Gave up everything for his wife. He's a piece of shit. He's very depressed. But he is not a whore. And so Vel hates this man. But I love him. I will be his rebound. I don't hate him. You just love Vicious more. You just like Vicious more. This is, like, more my territory. I do like whores, though. Like, I like me a whore. But you just gotta have, like, everything, all the other... You have to be a whore with baggage. In my opinion. Like a lot of baggage. Like so much baggage. Yeah. So those are all the character trailers. So now we know all the characters. We know all the characters. We know, like, basically what the plot of the story is. Does he know why kids love Sim and his best friend? No, he doesn't. Vicious is a piece of shit and a whore. And they'll love to see Vicious be a slave to love. That's what fanfic is for. That's not just fanfic. You could also commission fan art. You could also do that. Did you know, like, okay, so I've mentioned before, but, like, the Tales of Crestoria community is, like, 2 people wide. One of them is somebody who, like, basically only makes Vicious art. Usually, if you see Tales of Crestoria fan art, it's usually Vicious, and usually from this one artist who really loves Vicious. And it's really wholesome, actually, and I love that for them. If I could do art, I would do the same thing to Orwin, but I am not, like, a fan artist person, so I do not do that. But I probably should. I probably should commission that. I love artists who just draw the same person over and over. Yes, correct. I love that too. That's why I love that one artist that draws mostly Leiford. I love them so much. Yeah, that's the main cast. There are some villains and stuff that I think they also get trailers. That, like, the villains. Yeah, this is one villain. I don't like her. Let's see. Oh, these are just, like, trailers for the chapters themselves. And oh yeah, it also Crestoria got, like, a very short, like, promotional anime that just kind of went over chapter 1 and 2, I believe. That was cool. Yeah, this is all, like, promotional material that was saved by somebody because, again, Bamco just deleted their fucking Crestoria everything from existence when the game shut down. Oh. So yeah, anyway. Let's get into, like, the general, let's just get into, like, general history. So, Um, yeah, so the game was originally announced for 2019. It didn't release in 2019. And they actually said nothing about this. They're just like, hey, Crestoria, here's all this promotional material. We're gonna promote it at Anime Expo in 2019. Anyway, and then they never released it in 2019. They didn't even say that it was delayed. They just didn't say anything about it. They're just like, oh, it's coming soon. Hey, it's coming soon. And they never would oh, we meant Anime Next vote. Yeah. Exactly. So they never like said anything about the delay. But then it finally released in 2020. And it was, according to this, it is the first entry in the Tales series with the simul release. Because it released the same day in both Japan and everywhere else. That's pretty cool, because Tales is infamous for not doing this. Because, man, they really hate releasing things worldwide. Especially, like, back in those times. But yeah, so released in 2020, the release was absolutely terrible. And honestly, the release of the game is probably, let me turn on music again. The release of Crestoria is probably the reason why it failed, because it went badly. Like, really badly. So, y'all remember, I mean, if you're in Velcord and you're around and looking at Gacha channel when Infinity Nikki was kind of exploding, and one of the major issues that cropped up was like bugs related to payment, as in like if you paid for something it wouldn't appear in your account, or they would randomly take away your paid currency. So imagine that, but on the release of a major mobile game. So, Crestoria released, it was really buggy. I actually was not really around for the release of Crestoria because my phone was really shitty. And, like, it was COVID time, too. So, like, I couldn't afford to get a new phone. Yeah, it was really bad. So, like, I think regardless of... So I couldn't play it at launch, and I couldn't play it for a while because my phone, like, even if Crestoria had released in, like, pristine condition, my phone would not be able to run it. Like, my phone was, like, on its last legs, and I, like, couldn't get a new one because it was 2020 and I had just gotten a pay cut. And I had already been, like... And my salary at the time was already minuscule, so, like, it was pretty bad. So I couldn't play it until, like, later when I actually got a new job and then a new phone. But the game released in such a buggy state, like, even phones that could have run the game couldn't run the game. It was just really bad. It would crash a lot. I remember it was very slow. There was lagging problems. And the major issue, I think this was mostly in Japan, but it could have been a worldwide issue as well, where there was an issue related to payment. So, like, people would pay for currency and then it wouldn't appear in their account, which is a huge no-no, especially for gacha games. The 2 frames per second arena match. Yep. So, if you're a gacha game and you're kind of banking on the fact that people are going to be paying for currency to use in your game, if you open the game, if your game launches and there are problems related to it and people think they are getting scammed, that completely ruins your game. Like, regardless of how successful it is later, you have permanently lost a portion of your player base because they will not trust your game anymore to give you the service, to give them the services that they have bought. So that was like the major downfall of Crestoria, was that because of this glitch in the early stages of the game. But yeah, other than that, it just performed poorly. It was really bad. In general, though, like setting those aside, the gameplay was also pretty controversial too. Like, at least for like hardcore Tales fans, like I saw it a lot being discussed, but I'm not sure like how widespread this was. But like in my circles, this was kind of a major problem. Looking at Phantasy Star Online 2's scuffed NA release, oh no. One of the major complaints I saw, like, I thought this was fine, but everybody around me thought this was a horrible idea, was that the gameplay was turn-based. And I don't know about you guys, fellas, but I prefer it when a game's turn-based on mobile devices because Jesus Christ. Because Jesus Christ, if it is, like, active battle and combat, like in Tales of the Rays, I hated Tales of the Rays because it was active and, like, bro, your fingers are covering half of the screen. Like, I can't see what I'm reacting to. So that was also like a complaint that like Crestoria was turn-based and Tales games are traditionally action-based. Like that was like a major thing. There's like, oh no, this isn't a true Tales game because it plays turn-based. Even though it was really fun in my opinion. So that was like the main those are the main complaints of the game going forward, and the reason why it failed. But miraculously, Crestoria ended up surviving until like way after its first anniversary. So I actually started playing a little bit before the first anniversary hit, which is really cool because that's when I had a phone that could run the game. So I kind of missed out on a lot of the early game glitches. And by the time I started playing it, it was in a really good state to play in. Like, the only time I had frame drops was in the arena, and that's because it was heavily like online based, basically. Oh, like not online based, it was something different, but I remember frame drops in the arena. But other than that, like all the other complaints had been rectified. I was also a free to play player, so I didn't experience any issues with my currency, but I was also like, I also had little money at the time, so I couldn't really afford to participate in the gacha. But yeah. So it released in 2020, and then in late 2021. So there were signs that Crestoria wasn't long for this world. Since the first anniversary hits, everyone loved it. It was great. We got a lot of free currency and shit. It was great for me as a new player because I was like, oh my god, I can roll so many times for Orwin. and then late 2021, like there were signs because, you know, there are certain signs when a gacha is about to reach end of service. Like updates start slowing down, things start getting a little slower for a little bit. That's what started happening. And then they announced Tales of Luminaria, which was the next Tales mobile game, which I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. So, yeah, start being rapid fire, but like some things like start slowing down. Like some things slow down, some things start getting a little, like, gacha games kind of go in a very much, things slow down and other gachas announced they get into Persona 5 lab. It's more like, typically gachas run on a set schedule. As an example, Infinity Nikki, it's like every couple months you get a new update. Every little bit you get like a new update. But if the schedule starts differing, whether it's speeding up or if it's slowing down, that's not a good sign, because that means like their typical schedule is being thrown out of whack. And not good. It's not good. So there were signs, and people were like starting to speculate, like, hey, I think Crestoria is reaching end of service soon. And then correctly, in December, it was announced that it would reach end of service. And then in February 2022, it was taken out back and shot. Which is very sad. But eventually, you're learning so much today. Yeah, you are. That's why it's the Tales of Crestoria stream. You're gonna learn so much about Tales of Crestoria today, whether you want to or not. But so when this is like stuff that I'm like not as familiar with because I haven't read the manga yet. But when the game reached end of service, they did announce that there was going to be a manga that like would continue the story, and it would also change some things in the story because one thing I actually really ended up liking about Crestoria was like all the like cameo characters like Mila, like Velvet from Berseria that were in the game. They were actually integrated into the story really well, in my opinion. It was actually something that I was expecting not to like, but ended up really liking. Because they ended up changing a lot of the backstories to make it so they like kind of lived and breathed in the Crestoria world. So I like that. But the manga decided to remove all the cameos from it. So like Velvet was no longer in it. All the characters that originally had a significant part of the story like would not be there. Yeah, Mila and Velvet, my favorite lesbian couple. So we put all the Tales characters and ranked them from like most likely to be a lesbian and like to least likely to be LGBT plus. Mila and Velvet, but only from Crestoria, pretty high on the list. They were pretty gay in that game. So like they announced that they're gonna do a manga, and then we hear nothing. So like they say they're gonna do a manga, and then we never hear anything for a long time, like for a concerning amount of time. Like we thought the manga ended up being canceled in the back end kind of time, and then eventually the manga came out. And oh my god, Bamco, in typical Bamco fashion, treated it terribly. So, the manga was barely advertised. Like, Bamco was kind of pretending that Crestoria didn't exist and didn't bother advertising the manga ever. And to the point where, like, the mangaka, I believe, like, the people working on the game, including the mangaka, were like, hey, can you buy the manga? Because the sales aren't doing well and it might get canceled. Like, the mangaka was like literally begging people to buy it. It was that bad because nobody knew it was out. And eventually it does conclude. It concluded fairly recently, I believe, like within the past year. But it is very clear from what I understand, because I wanted to read it when the entire manga was concluded so I could just binge it one day. But then I got really scared. Because all of the reactions I've seen to the Crestoria manga is like, it was very clear that the manga was canceled before it was meant to be. So they kind of rushed an ending. That's my understanding of it. So, apparently there's a lot more plans for the manga, and thank you, Bamco, for ruining Crestoria once again. Love it. But anyway, that's the Crestoria manga. And, but, let me look. So there's all that. These are all promotional materials. There's Luminaria. Luminaria is another can of worms. Hilariously, Luminaria didn't even last as long as Crestoria. It didn't even reach first anniversary. I think it was killed off in 6 months. Like, it was insane. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I always complain about how Bamco treated Crestoria. Like, I feel really bad for Luminaria fans. Because I think the Luminaria fans were a little bigger than Crestoria, but they had less time with it. Oh my god. Yeah, there's the concept video. That's... I literally saved something for later, and I forgot to like put it in another tab group. But yeah, actually, I want to show you the before we Archive, the real one here, with all these like Orwin's asked my favorite character, save here, save here. So Crestoria Archive is like doing most of the Lord's work with like documenting literally everything from the game ever. Like they've documented events, like just random events that happened. The entire Memoria Stones Codex. So literally as many like Memoria Stones as they possibly had. They just recorded all of them. Holy shit. All again, event stories, all of the main stories is on here too. Like everything that you could possibly want to learn about Crestoria. They have some of the songs that weren't in that aren't on like the official soundtrack that's available. They have songs that weren't released because you had to data mine them or otherwise. Like they have everything. Like if you want to know more, if I remember being sad it took them so long to add Aizen. Yeah. One thing I do regret from Tales of Crestoria is that they came out with a really, really good alternate outfit for Raven from Vesperia, and I couldn't get it because, you know, free to play. I think I had like wasted all my rolls on Orwin at that time, so I was like, man, I'm such a fool. I could have waited and gotten the Raven casino outfit. The pains of a free to play player who likes more than one character. I could have had two grandpas, exactly. Yeah, they have all the main story quests. Like I think like all these are like kind of at the end because they had to like record them in a hurry. But yeah, if you want to know like anything more, if you come from the stream and you're like, nurse correct, I now love Tales of Crestoria. I want to see more about Tales of Crestoria. Please go to the Tales of Crestoria archive because they have everything you could ever want from it. If you want to learn about some of the events that happened, you can watch them. If you want to learn about some of the let me pull up the fucking the playlist. They have side stories. There's a lot of side stories specifically related to like the cameo characters. So like there's a chapter for Lloyd Irving from Symphonia. There's a chapter about Crest from Tales of Fantasia. There's a story about Velvet and her lesbian romance with Mila. They got Leon. They got Sophie from Tales of Graces. I'm playing Tales of Graces right now. I now know who Sophie is. There's the Mila one. There's the Luke one because Luke's also in this game. They got all these things happening. They got all this, and they have all the character episodes because there's like separate character episodes that you can watch. Like they got Kanata, Mizella, Vicious, Aegis, Orwin, Acid, Forte. Oh my god, Sophie, Tales of Graces. Yeah, you know, my daughter, I didn't know this at the time, but she's my daughter. Because I only just started playing Graces this year. Because I never played it before. They got separate little character episodes that you can learn about. Woo! And then events. And the codex. They got the whole codex here. Like anything you can possibly know about this fucking game, you can find it here. So if you are interested in learning more about the story and joining my brainworms forever, yeah, you can do that. You see that mountain? You can climb it. You see that story? You're not gonna finish it, but you can read it. Yeah, let's just go through the chapters that I want to like re-go over. I'm gonna be skipping around a little bit, just because again this opening one is 2 hours long, and I'm hoping most of that is this is fights that I can skip, because this is also tutorial land. Let's see. Yeah, so like this is literally basics of battle. It's also like is done in visual novel format, so you know. Yeah, this is literally learning about how to fight. So we'll just skip through that. Say hi to Crest from Tales of Fantasia. Hi, Crest, Tales of Fantasia.
ぼやぼやしてると僕も追い抜かれそうだよ それは困りますよ。俺の方が強かった
Man,
ら
Kanata, I really don't like you in this first chapter until later.
先生だったらもっと強くなれます。自信持ってください。
He just... Yeah, Crest is like the mentor and also kind of like the defender. Like, he's kind of like the main person who protects the town that they live in. But he also like trains up Kanata in like trains people in the blade. It's really cute actually, especially because like Crest is the original Tails guy, so I thought that was really cute to make him the mentor for Kanata. So basically, Kanata's saying right now that like he visits the orphanage a lot because his father runs an orphanage and he likes going to visit them. This is not foreshadowing for anything that happens later in this chapter. He wants to protect the orphans. That's his big thing. Man, I wonder what happens here.
優しさも正義感もこの子の美徳だと思う。だけど、まっすぐすぎるからこそ。
Oh, it could be a danger. Crest, do you know what happens later in the story? Oh no, I think that just leads into like a tutorial battle. Oh wait, this is introducing vision orbs. Wow, he's such a pure person. Surely that won't go badly at any point in the future. So true. Nothing could possibly happen to ruin this boy's light. So, a lady just got assaulted by somebody. By a robber. A brat from the shelter. So the orphanage.
ちょっと待ってください。今の本当ですか？犯人が修道院の子供って。
ああ、カナタ君。なんだ、君もいたのか。あそこには一人問題児がいるだろう。ナッシュだったか。
Oh, fucking Nash. Something just came to me that happens later, and so I'm like, fucking Nash. Man. I don't like that kid.
それって決めつけじゃないですか。
Oh my god, Don, huh? Oh.
絶対にしませんよ。
I love refrigerators.
Oh my god, he loves refrigerators. We got a refrigerator.
俺が証明してあ
Hi,
げな
Don.
くちゃ。
わかった。だけど、修道院
Yeah,
まで
he
の道は
stopped.
魔物も多い。
Welcome in, Oprah. Give me fast one. Have you heard of Tales of Crestoria?
急がないと。
Heather, were you telling me about Tales of Crestoria? I mean, Tales of Crestoria are really good. We're watching some of the story. You will! So, like, the town doesn't like the orphans. Like, they don't see them very well. And Kanata's like, no, like, people are accusing this orphan of a crime, and I know that the orphans wouldn't do crimes, which is foreshadowing for later. It's foreshadowing for, you know, later. Again, this entire story is about being canceled on Twitter. Anyway, there's Mizella.
なんて身のこなしだ。一瞬で後ろに回り込んだ。
もう帰った方がいいよ。無理して通ろうとするなら、それでも無
So
理だという
Mizella's
ことを
defending
示さ
the...
なきゃいけ
She's
な
like
くない。
basically like the
私が
big kid, the defender of all the orphans.
やめてくれ、ミゼラ。
Like, she's the oldest there, and she's like protecting everybody from anybody who comes
さっ
around.
きも言ったじゃない。
And they're trying to find this like bratty kid named Nash. Yeah, she's orphan crime.
この中には小さな子供がたくさんいる。
Are there 13 orphans? No, I think there's a little more than
怖い
that.
顔して大人が大勢で押し入ったら、みんな怯えてしまうわ。だから、通せな
But
い。
basically, like, they assume that this orphan did the crime and are hunting the orphan down. This is definitely... This is literally foreshadowing for what happens later. Where, like, all these people are trying to hunt down this orphan who they know didn't do it.
確かにいたずら
Gee, I
はする
wonder how this comes up later.
人を傷つけるような子じゃないわ。
こんなもんわからないじゃん。いててて。 いい加減話してくれよ。
ミゼラ。
カナタ。
平気だったミゼラ。俺が来てあげたからもう大丈夫だよ。
カナタが来てくれたからもう大丈夫。
This is like the one thing I really like about Mizella, where like Mizella can clearly like defend herself, but she's like, oh, Kanata, I was just powerless to defend myself. Oh, thank God you're here. It's so funny. As she beats down 2 grown men in front of him. It's like, oh no, Kanata, I was having such a problem, but thank God you're here now. Now you can protect me. It's so funny. Like, I'm not like the biggest fan of either of them, but I like Mizella a little more because that's just like such a cute charm point for her. Kanata goes to negotiate with somebody in the back and you see Mizella slowly pull up the sniper rifle. So true. She's like, oh, Kanata, I don't know how to use this. Thank God you're here, because I wouldn't be able to do anything with this sniper rifle I have.
悪気はないんだろうが、バカにされてる気がする。
でも今回は違います。ナッシュは強盗なんてしません。俺が保証します。
大変だ。怪我をしたばあさんが。
Oh no, the lady from the general store.
たった今。
She's dead.
引き取った。
そんな。
くそ！ナッシュはどこだ？
Oh no. Fucking Nash. I don't like Nash.
待てこのガキ。
ゴードン。隣町
Gordon.
どうしてここに？
俺見たんだ。雑貨屋に盗みに入ったゴードン。
Okay, so Nash saw it.
でもそれをゴードンに見つかって誰にも言わないようにって捕まっちゃったんだよ。
そういうことだったのか。
おいてめえら。痛い目会いたくなかったら。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he confessed.
許せない。おばあさんを襲うなんて。
はあ？許せなかったらなんだって言うんだよ。
罪を犯した奴には容赦なんてしない。
Oh, and then they fight.
倒してやる。行くぞ。
Can I skip the fight? Is the fight also recorded? Oh, no. Okay, so I guess this already skips that. Uh-oh.
森の方に行ったな。
大丈夫。俺が追いかけますから。
待ってカナタ。私も行く。
でも相手はすごく悪いやつだし。
危なかったらカナタが守ってくれるでしょ。
She's literally just like going to like help protect him, and she's like, "Oh, you'll protect me, right? Oh, I'll go so you can protect me. Woo!" She says as she takes out a sniper rifle to use.
ゴードンはこの森に入っていったみたいだね。
そうみたいね。
ひどすぎるよ。強盗に入っておばあちゃんを
Oh,
殺しちゃうなんて
Kanata.
さ。そんな悪いやつを野放しにしてた。
Please, you need to protect me. I'll go with you so you can protect me.
俺が何とか
Woo!
してあげなくちゃ。どうしたのミゼラ。
カナタはいつもまっすぐで正しいね。私には分かってたよ。カナタは絶対にみんなのためにゴードンを追いかけるって。
Just coding a dagger in 15 different poison methods. It's like, oh, I mean, I don't know what these do. I'm just gonna.
ここは魔物もいる
I
し
don't know.
気をつけながら進まなきゃ。ちゃんと俺についてきてね、ミゼラ。
I'll be. It's gonna be fine. It's just. You'll protect me. Oh no, I tripped and. Okay, so there's a little bit of that.
そうするね。
でも、そうだよね。
There are skits in this one.
ミゼラのことはこれからもずっと俺。
Okay, so then.
捕まえて騎士団に引き渡す。
待ってカナタ。何か聞こえる。
They catch up with this guy, and there's a boss battle.
これは魔物の声。
So they beat the boss. Or got away. They left. Oh my god, there's lesbian number 1. So they also like encounter Mila and Velvet from Berseria and Zilia.
でもどうして？
君たちは 悪い人間には見えない。
So they like help them through the boss
強い
battle.
て言うなら理由はそれだけだ。
勝手に面倒ごとに飛び込まれ
So
それよりかなた
何ミゼラ。
ゴードンが
あ、いない。
okay, so they gotta
逃
catch
げられたのか。
Gordon ran off when they were fighting the big bad monster. And they gotta go hunt him down.
おーいミゼラあとカナタ
ナッシュ。
Fucking Nash.
話も聞かずにさっさと飛び出すなよカナタいい格好しようとしちゃってさナッシュ何かよ追いかける必要なんてないんだよ
Oh, so this brings up the vision orb mechanic where, I mean, not the mechanic, but like war. So
罪の投影か。
again, Nash has the recording of Gordon doing it. So he's gonna upload it to everybody in the world. So, so in every single town in Crestoria, there's like this big thing here in the middle of every single town. And in this circle, they'll display the recordings. So everybody in town can like go see this as it's happening. And it's Vision Central. It's Twitter. So let's see what happens on Twitter. Let's log into Twitter. So we get a, basically everybody sees that Gordon just fucking clocks that old lady and kills her. And everyone's like, oh no, you didn't. And this is what happens. So he hears everything that they're saying about him. And his vision orb's turning a little something. So he's hearing all this in his brain. This is the voices of the entire world. It's a little horrifying. They're basically just like telling him the KYS. If this was Twitter, it'd be like people saying KYS. So, yep. Now Gordon has been branded, and his vision orb is shattered. Now what happens when you're branded by the vision orb and it shatters? We will see in a second what happens to Gordon.
Gordon の声だ。行ってみよう。
私たちも行くぞ。
ほんと勝手なやつね
Oh my god, Velvet, hi. Love Velvet.
ゴードン。腕に紋章が。あれが罪の刻印か。
Yeah, so Gordon's kind of mentally going through it because the voices of the world are in his brain right now, telling him the KYS.
それなら
ゴードンはトガ人になったんだ。まさか俺がトガ人だ。
So this is basically what happens. An enforcer appears out of nowhere. Everyone say hi to the enforcer. Hi, enforcer. They don't have faces. Hi, enforcer. And Kanata's like kind of... It's really unsettling how Kanata reacts here. Because Kanata just has a big smile on his face as he's watching this. And it's a really horrifying scene. But it does kind of show how the world is working right now. Like how the normal people view this. So like, again, this is really freaky behavior from Kanata. And basically, like, they're saying, hey, he's saying that, like, hey, the enforcer's here, that means Gordon's gonna go away forever. In some way. Wish a kid learns ACAB. Really true, really true. So then Gordon's pulled into super hell. Basically, when the enforcer touches a sinner, they just vanish. And they are sent to super hell. So the bad man's gone, right?
そうだね
The bad man's gone.
おーい
Man, why is Mizella looking so sad about this?
ゴードンのやつは執行されたみたいだね。誤解してすまなかったな、ナッシュ。それよりカナタ君、今ちょうど連絡があってね。
Oh, Cody!
コーディさんが
That's
近くまで
Kanata's
戻ってきて
father.
いるらしい。
父さんがやった
Wow. Wow, why does Mizella look like that?
森を抜けた先にいるだろ
じゃあ俺迎えに行ってきますミゼラとナッシュも行こう
Why does Nash look so sad about this too? Hmm. All right, let me like skim through this. Basically, like we reunite and
みたいな立派な大人もいるだから
so basically like Kanata really admires his father. Like really admires his father because his father runs an orphanage. He's a really good guy, everybody. They're playing a sick surprise party they're done setting up. So true. So true. So Kanata really admires his father.
何もないんだ
And he's such a good guy. I am skimming through a lot of this, but like it's a good story. I'm just trying not to like spend 2 hours here. So everyone say hi to Cody. That's Kanata's really cool father.
迎えに来てくれたんだな。ミゼラとナッシュも一緒か。元気にしていた
No
か
one who runs an orphanage could be so true. Nobody who runs an orphanage could be evil. Yeah, hi. Everyone say hi to cool dad Cody.
なかったか心配だよ。
かけてません。
事件があったんだけどナッシュは何も悪くないんだミゼラと一緒によく小さい子たちの面倒を見ていたよ
そうか。立派にやっていたんだ。
Somebody's telling me that you're pulling the wool over my eyes about this dad, but he's just so check. He is so cool and nice and awesome. Kanata loves his dad. It's like you can't insult Kanata's father.
コーディさんのやっていることに比べたら、俺たちなんて全然なかなかできることじゃないですよ。
But yeah, the entire village like does not like the orphans, and like Cody is the only person who's willing to give them a place to stay.
里親まで探してあげるなん
There's
て
never been any webtoons of the evil priests running orphanages either. They are the good
立
guys.
派な人なんだよ。
They would never do anything bad. And Kanata's really proud.
そう言われると照れてしまうな。
父さん今回の旅は長かったね誰かいい人が見つかったの
Cody's looking for foster
で
families.
もいい人と出会えたんだ。
So we learn here that Mizella is now going to get adopted.
それって
Isn't that great?
ミゼラ。
Mizella's gonna get
引き取
adopted.
りたいという人が見つかった。
That's great.
そうですか
Wow. I mean, she's sad because she won't get to see Kanata again, but Mizella's gonna have a family.
ありがとう
Isn't that
早
great?
速明日の朝迎えに来
They're
て
gonna
くれ
pick
る
her
こと
up
になった。
tomorrow.
裕福
Isn't that
とても優し
great?
くいい人だよ。
Oh, they're wealthy and kind? That's really cool.
そっか
That's great.
ミゼラが
カナタお願
So,
いがあるの
どうしたのミゼラ
一緒にあの場所に行かない
yeah, so, Mizella
もう一度だけでも
and Kanata, like, decide to, like, go out and, like, have one final night together at their special place.
気をつけていこうね
So they go out to travel to that, like, having one last evening before Mizella is happily adopted into a new rich family who will take care of her forever.
ミゼラも少し不安だったりするの
どうかな
きっと大丈夫だよあの父さんが選んでく
By
れ
the
た
way, I
人だも
want
ん
to point out both of these characters are 15 years old.
父さんがあんなに村
And
の人
for
たち
once, it
に
actually kind of
尊敬
makes
され
sense
る
for both of them, so
農
it's
業
fine.
や漁なんかやっても安定した生活なんてできないでしょだから村には貧しい人もいっぱいいるそういうかわいそうな
Yeah,
人たち
they're 15 years
父
old
さん
but
は
are not in
お金や食べ物
medical
を
school.
分
They're
けてあげるんだ
slacking.
よすごいよねだからそんな父さんが選んだ人ならきっと大丈夫
Yeah. So Mizelle's going to a good
絶対大丈夫
family.
だからさ
Aren't you guys excited for her? Everything's gonna be
大丈夫だ
fine.
ね
In fact, this is the last chapter. She goes to... She gets adopted and that's it. Oh, Bright Blaze. That's the name of the flowers.
着いたよミゼラ君の大
So
好き
these are the
な
bright
白塗りの
blazes.
花の丘だ
連れてきてくれてありがとうカナタ
Which these are flowers that ignite if used improperly. Priests are always the good guys, but only the best priests get to interact with
知らぬいの
children.
花はとても綺麗で強いから
So true, son. So true.
知らぬいの花の茎は太くて丈夫だから踏まれても
Their
簡
stalks
単
are
には
thick and
取れ
hardy.
な
If you
かったり
step on one,
し
it pops right back
そ
up.
れとねこの
Not the only
花
thing
に
that
は
makes them
もう
special.
一つ特性があるの
もしかして発火
Yeah, I use like
確か白縫いの花は
Yeah.
火をつけるとすごい勢いで燃えるんだよね
yeah. So if you expose these flowers to flames, they basically like erupt in flames. So they're very dangerous flowers, but they're very
知
pretty
らぬいの花は
and they're very
自分から火を生
resilient
み
and
出
they
すこと
can
もでき
create
ると言われて
fire.
るの
自分から火を
Oh, here we go.
花が咲いている
If
場所に
something threatens the group of flowers, the flower closest to the danger releases a
一番
self-igniting
先頭の花
powder.
が危険を察知して
I wonder if that will do anything.
そうして撒き散らした花粉が花びらに引火して火花になり
These are such cool
その火
flowers,
花が
though.
襲いかかり
Man.
大切な仲間を守るための炎となって
仲間を守る炎
Man, I wonder if Mizel is not talking about flowers and about
知らぬいの花
herself.
みたいになりたい
I want to be like the Bright Blaze.
ああそうだちょっと待っててねミゼラほら髪飾り白縫いの花で
Okay, this is
作ったんだ
cute.
素敵
I wonder if I'll ever see them protect something.
つけてあげるよ
See, cute scene.
どうかな
He gives her a little flower and she always wears that.
知らぬい
It's
の花
really
は
cute.
とても綺麗だよね
いやそうじゃなくて
Oh,
いやいや
they're
そう
cute.
なんだけどあのさミゼラ俺今まですごく楽しかったよミゼラと一緒にいられて遠くに行っちゃうけどまたきっと会えるよねてか会いに行くから絶対
楽しみにしてるあのねカナタ一つだけお
Oh,
願い
one
が
more
ある
favor?
今まで私をずっと
Protect the
守
other
ってくれた
kids.
ように
Aw.
修道院の子たちをこれからも守ってあげてね
そんなの当たり前じゃないか俺はそのために剣を
Cute.
習って強くなったんだみんなの笑顔は俺がちゃんと守ってあげるよ
ありがとうカナタ
ミゼラ俺にはね大きな夢があるんだ俺はいつか世界中の人を幸せにしてあげたいトガ人を消して正しい世の中を守るビジョンオーブみたいに俺もこの世界の
Yay! We want to protect
み
everybody.
んなが幸せになれれば
Yay!
俺も幸せだからだからさミゼラ
And then he did that, and we all lived
ミゼラも
happily
幸
ever
せになって
after.
ね
ありがとう
Oh, cute CG!
絶対に幸せになるね
Cute daughter.
どうしたの
ミゼラのそんな顔
Aw,
初めて見た
cute.
そう
The end. This was the last scene of Tales of Crestoria.
今日の
Man,
私
it's
の
such a
姿
short story.
どうかずっと覚えていて
当たり前だよ絶対忘れない
Cute.
その笑顔
Very cute. What a sweet and heartwarming tale. Where nothing bad ever happens, ever again. Because the transgressors are all taken to super
なん
hell.
でもないよそろそろ日が暮れるし修道院に戻ろうか
そうだねカナタ今日は本当にありがとう
Okay. So, things are gonna start picking up soon.
どうしよう眠れない
Really unique for a nerd to love a story without tragedy. I know, right?
明日の朝ミゼラはここから
So Kanata's sad because Mizel is leaving and he has a big old crush on her.
カナタ起きて
And
るか
Nash sneaks in.
ナッシュどうしたんだよこんな時間に
俺はやっぱりこんなの
Just
嫌だ
picking up soon. Mizel's new. I know, right?
お前は知るべきだ
Exactly. Oh, so Nash is yelling at Kanato like, "Hey, you need to know the truth about this. You're coming to the orphanage right now."
ただし夜のうちは
So
魔物もいる
Kanato's like, "Oh, okay. Let's go to the orphanage. What's
守っ
happening
てあげ
here?"
るから
またそれかよ
Hard to get much sooner than that. So true. So true. So now we're going to the orphanage because Nash is like very upset about something. But we don't know what that could be, because, like, Mizel is just getting adopted tomorrow, so... Oh man, why are the lights on? Why are there lookouts outside the orphanage? Why are there lookouts? Huh. Interesting. Why would there be lookouts outside of an orphanage? Like, to protect them?
それは中には誰も近づけるなと言われている。息子とて例外ではない。追い払うぞ。
How interesting.
怪我をしたくなければ立ち去れ。
襲ってくるぞ。武器を構えろ、カナダ。
どうしてこんな。
They kind of just like, oh, okay, why is this going in? What's happening here?
このくらい大したことない。それよりお前は早く中に行け。そこにミゼラがいるはずだ。
Mizella's in there.
ミゼラが
What's that? Why?
入り口の方には来れたけど、
Hmm. How interesting.
でもあの窓。
What could be going on inside the orphanage at this hour? Oh, it's her outfit. It's her outfit. Wow.
それに父さん。
Uh-huh.
一体何をやっているんだ。
もう一度言ってみなさい。
約束してください。こんなこと
I will be the last.
私で最後にするって約束してくれないのなら私は行きません。
お前にそんなことを決める権利があると思うのか？
それなら
Oh.
ナイフなどを隠し持っていたとはな。で、そんなもの自分に向けて何のつもりだ？
商品に死なれたらあなたは困るはず。
Wait a
お願い
minute.
します。約束してください。
Wait a minute. Is this trafficking?
最後にするって
Wait a
い
minute.
る他の子供たちはちゃんと人間らしく扱ってください。
何か勘違いしているようだ。
Hold on. Could the priest be evil? He doesn't seem like a cool dad at all.
まったく危険なおもちゃは没収だな。人間らしく何を言っているのだか。物を物として扱って何が悪い。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
せっかく相手好みの綺麗な服を着せてあげたんだ。暴れて台無しにはしてくれ
I
る。
feel like you may have been gaslighting me. I would never. I'm learning this all in real time.
随分安っちい髪飾りをつけている
No,
な。
not the cheap ornament. The flower.
この首飾りには。
外せ。お前の値打ちが下がる。
Uh-oh, I don't think he's not a good dad.
口答えするな。
ミゼラー。
ドアを破壊して。
What the? Yeah. Okay.
素直になりなさい。お前は私の子供なんだ。
Let's skip through that. So,
父さん。
yeah, what's going on here, cool dad? You were supposed to be the cool dad. Priests are good people.
見たか。
Oh, it may be for the best?
どういう意味？
聞きなさい、カナダ。修道院の
Oh, there's something we haven't been told.
お
Okay.
前にはまだ話していなかった。
Okay, these children?
ここの子供たちは商品なんだ。
Oh.
子供は高く値がつくんだ。男なら労働。
So, the boys are being basically sold into slavery and the girls are being sold into sexual slavery. 15 years old, by the way. So yeah. That's what's happening in the first chapter of Tales of Crestoria. You're just like, what the fuck? So then Cody's like, hey, well, I'm not getting any younger, so want to join the family business, son? Yeah, they harvest the organs too. Yeah. So Cody's like, hey, welcome to the family business, son. Are you ready to get into human trafficking? Don't worry, I'll help you with the human trafficking part for a while so you can learn the ropes. And of course, Kanata's just like, what the fuck? Yeah, nothing wasted. They can't waste any of them.
どうしたカナタ何を怒っているん
And
だ
this part being broadcasted. What? He's kind of going through it, so he kind of forgets that he has the vision orb next to him. Because, you know, he's kind of going through it right now. Everything in the light touches our kingdom. One day will be yours. We're having... This is the family business, son. But basically, like, nothing in the vision orb gets broadcast unless they will it to do it. So, like, Kanata has to, like, actively be like, yo, I'm recording it right now.
何をそんなに動揺しているのか。ああ、そうかそうか。お前は
Oh, so,
偉大な父と同じことができ
so
る。
then,
大丈夫だ、カナタ。だってお前はよく言って
oh, and Cody just like, oh, you're just like me.
たちを守ってあげる。
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, Kanata's not liking this, uh-oh.
お前は同じ血の流れる
Uh-oh.
私の息子だよ。違う。そうだ、ちょうどいい。これをお前の初仕事に。
Yeah, so he's like, hey, sell this girl.
ミゼラは美しく育ってくれたからね。とても高く
This is your first job, son. Sell this
拾った甲
girl.
斐があるというもの。最高の恩返しだ。カナタ。
And my son will become the human trafficker. And he's like, hey, Kanata, can you deliver Mizella to, her buyer?
そうか。お前も
Okay, this is like one of the more fucked up things in the story.
もちろん知ってるよ。
Because
父親だから
Cody's like, oh, you'll miss her. You can, like, keep her arm if you want. You can negotiate to, like, keep her leg. Yeah, do you want her arm? Do you want her leg? You can just keep her arm or her leg. Yeah, you can take anything as long as her face and torso are still there. That's fine. Like, this is really fucked up. Yeah, so, welcome to the family business, son. Yeah, this is, like, literally insane shit that happened in Crestoria. Like, holy shit. This is not what I thought we were getting into. Did you think do you think I think normal things about normal games? So we fight the dad.
どうしてわからない。私は子供たちのためを思ってやっているのに。違うよ。そんなの間違ってるんだよ。
Of course, Kanata does not want her arm. He wants her intact and also not being sold into sexual slavery. So Kanata is still like Nick going through it. And then Kanata takes Mizella's knife.
お前には何もできはしない。もっと人を兵を呼んで捕らえさせてやる。お前のような聞き分けのない子はさせない。
Then he kills his dad. Let's fucking go. And that is the context of why Kanata murdered his dad. Is that, like, his dad's a fucking monster. Again, the whole story revolves around, like, knowing the context around, like, a crime that somebody committed. So, like, we know the context now. So, Cody is fucking dead. Let's go. And both of them were like, oh, holy shit, you just killed that guy. And Gonza's gotta go through it because, like, one, his father's a monster, and two, he just murdered his dad. Of course, Mizella's kind of going through it. Because she knows that, like, hey.
なんだ今の声は。誰かいるのか。
人が来るの。ミゼラ。だって。君は逃げなきゃダメだ。
でも彼方が。
早く行って。いや、
彼方も一緒じゃなきゃい
けないよ。だって俺は。
Isn't this a fun little story? Isn't this so fun? Isn't this a great first fucking chapter of a gacha game? Like, this fucking story goes insane. I'm having the time of my... Hi, Sean. Welcome in. Welcome to Tales of Crestoria.
カナタ君、ここで何があったんだ。見ろ、修道士様が。死んでる。これは君がまさか。
I'm gonna tell my kids about this when they're older. Hey, did you know there's an old gacha game where, like, a father offered somebody's arm to his son? Yeah, so you might be wondering, okay, Kanata did a crime. Why isn't he immediately being, like, sent to, like, super hell right now? So the reason is that, like, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, but basically, like, the gut reaction of people around him isn't like, oh, we need to report this guy. But, like, the thing is that, like, Cody was kind of like the big, like, the leader of essentially an illegal crime human trafficking ring. So it's kind of like a, if we act too rashly, we might accidentally reveal this to the world. So, like, we have to be really careful about how we proceed with this. So they do not immediately, like, report Kanata for patricide. They're just kind of waiting. They're like, okay, we have to treat this kind of delicately right now because we don't want people to know that this exists. We don't, and also, like, they don't know what to do because Cody kind of ran everything and ran the whole job. So, like, now they're kind of like, fuck, do we have a job now? That kind of thing. So Kanata is very depressed and shit. And, like, you know. And then, mysteriously, there's a fire. So, now the orphanage is being lit on fire. And Kanata takes this opportunity to leave. To fucking get out of there. So Kanata's home, his home, the orphanage, his father, all gone right now. Ready to do some fighting. And we learn who lit the fire, which isn't that much of a surprise. Like, wait a minute, those are the flowers that can light into flames. That's weird. And there's Mizella with the fun little flowers. Isn't this fun? This is a fun game, guys. It's so fun. Really good CG though. I love, like, this is probably one of my favorite pieces of art from Crestoria. Just good art. It's so fun, so fun. So they run off. Yeah, fun for the whole family. Of course, they're being hunted down right now. What family? They don't have one. Well, I mean, this is kind of dark, but I'm pretty sure that Cody did say, like, they were all one big happy family at some point. Yeah, so, basically, Mizella took all of the bright blazes from the field and used it to light the orphanage on fire. Like, just used literally all of them on it.
どうしてこんな
彼方を助けたかった
だからって修道院に火をつけるなんて逃げ遅れた人もいたかもし
This
れない
foreshadowing is a literary device. This might be foreshadowing. We're like, Kanata just like, what if somebody was still inside? And she's just like, oh, I don't care.
もう彼方に救われていた
Foreshadowing.
みんなを幸せにしたいというあなたの綺麗な願い
Little does she know that, like,
目に映る景色
focusing exclusively on Kanata, it might not have, ended up well. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering this entire story.
真っ暗闇の中にいた私に
The reason why, like, Mizella has, like, latched on to Kanata is, like, basically, like, Mizella's been abused and, like, caught up in a human trafficking ring for all of her life, and the only, like, normalcy that she ever had was Kanata. That's literally why, like, she latched on to him. Like, good backstory. I like her backstory, I like the concept of her character, but, like, not... They don't write her that well later on. But... Uh-oh. The vision orb's acting up. Because, the people have figured out how to frame it. Because they couldn't, do it immediately. But they had to make sure that it wouldn't reveal their crime ring. So now they're seeing that Kanata stabbed Cody. They're actually doing it through rumors this time. So now they're like, oh, everything that happened in the orphanage, like Cody dying in the fire, that's all Kanata. Imagine a kid took the parents' credit card explaining where the money, he expended the money, oh my god. Yep. So, now Kanata is getting fucking blasted by the voices of the earth. They're telling him the KYS. Alright, they're telling him to, you know, go away. And now Kanata has been branded. Let's fucking go. Our first branding of a main character. It's right on his hand.
それは
Of course, like, Kanata's had a really rough night, so, like, he's not really thinking of running right now. He's kind of in shock, because, you know, this whole night's kind of ruined his entire life. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, probably he's having a worse day than Asbel from Tales of Graces right now. Because, you know, literally everything has just collapsed in front of him, and he learned that his father was a human trafficker. It's really rough. But Kanata learns what super hell is. So when an enforcer takes you to super hell, you get to live with the screams of the damned for all of eternity. So you just float around in pain, screaming and hearing other people scream for the rest of your life. And right now he hears Gordon, who just got sent to super hell earlier. Not too different from what I do now. Imagine that, but worse.
殺されたんだ。嫌だ。来るな。あなた逃げて。執行者から遠ざかれば。
So,
戻って来られた。
so Mizel is like kind of pulling him around, just like, hey, buddy, we gotta go. Hey, buddy, you're the only thing that's keeping me sane in this world. Let's go. Mizel is literally the only person who like makes sure he lives in this moment. Hey man, sucks your dad died, but I'm still here. Like, come on, guy. You saved my life, I'm gonna save your life. So like, enforcers literally can pop up out of nowhere. So like, it's very difficult to run from them. And they can't be harmed by normal means. So like, if you use a sword on them, it won't really work. So, yeah. So they do try and like fight against them, and then so like it's looking pretty looking pretty hopeless right now because Kanata can't really fight back against these guys. And also he's getting the voices of the damned in his head. Like, the voices of the world are in his head right now telling him the KYS. So like it's a little rough. But if only there was a man with a womb tattoo here. Like, that's what I think of every day. Like, what if a man with a womb tattoo walked into my life? Which wouldn't ever happen to me, but maybe it'll happen to Kanata. Who knows? Don't you think that? Oh no, things are looking pretty bad for Kanata right now. Oh, yo, it's a man with a womb tattoo! Let's go! It's just how the video is. It just lags a little bit. Yeah, he has guns. Anyway, comb cutters? What? Yeah, so, yeah, he has guns. He has a womb tattoo. Everyone say hi to Vicious. His vagina bones are also, like, out. So this is Vicious. So Vicious pops in and he has weapons that can fight against the enforcers. A man with guns and a womb tattoo. Oh my god, Monkai came in time to see the man with the womb tattoo. So Vicious is just like, oh hey, you're a sinner too, yay. How do you do, fellow sinner? And he's talking about Yuna. Yuna gives him information. Man with the womb tattoo. Yeah. Great book. Really good. Man. I hated that book, son. I didn't read the book. I watched the movie. You know, the movie, The Man with the Womb Tattoo. The actual book sucked. I never watched it. I never read it. I watched it. So like Kanata is just like, hey, it was torture porn. So Kanata just like, it's fine, dude. I'm having a rough one. See ya. Peace. And Vicious is just like, what the fuck, dude? That's cringe. So Vicious is like, that's cringe thinking, bro. Don't you want to live? Don't you want to just like, don't you want to fight somebody? People don't know what we're calling about. Wait, the man with the womb tattoo is a real boy? Yeah. Why is that man got a womb tattoo? Why don't you have a womb tattoo, Arsenic? Jeez. Yeah, you want to live, you gotta kill. It's the truth of the world. I'm not brave enough. You just you know, the womb tattoo on the street. You got a matching one with Vel? Vel, you have a womb tattoo? So Vicious is just like, hey, if you're gonna continue being cringe, I'm just gonna kill you right here. Like, I'll just do it. He was stuck with, man, you didn't invite me. Can't believe y'all got womb tattoos and didn't tell me. So Vicious is just like, oh, if you're cringe, I'm just gonna kill you. Do you want to die of cringe or live and be based? You're either gonna die cringe or be cringe and free. Like so much shield. Of course, Vision is just like, yo, why are you crying? Don't you want to die? Why are you crying? Bro, that's cringe. Vish is probably like the most chaotic therapist you could ever ask for. Where you're just like, yo, that's cringe. I'm gonna kill you if you don't fix your thinking. Because of their, literally. So Kanata then admits that, like, hey, I do want to live. So Vicious takes this little thing and stabs him. In the heart, as you do. Yeah, change your hearts or die. Proceeds to throw you into a shark tank. And there's Kanata's theme. He has a theme. I don't know why this is like the recording. It's not my computer lagging. I don't know why the recording is lagging, but I don't know. I can't do anything about it now. So... This is why everybody loves Vicious. Hey, Vicious. I wonder if I'm being stabbed if it's you. Man, I would love to be stabbed by Vicious. That sounds hot. What sin are we talking about? So, Kanata killed his father, so it's patricide. He's getting a wound tattoo. No, his hand got tattooed. It's the boy with the hand tattoo. So now, and also all their weapons like have names related to their sins. So now, because Vicious stabbed him, he now has a big sword he can summon at will from his tattoo. The boy with the hand tattoo can now summon a sword. Kanata's voice actor really put his whole pussy into this performance. People say that Xenoblade 2 has special voice acting. So now that Kanata has like blood sin weapons, he can now successfully fight the enforcers off. So now he's kind of he has a way to protect himself now. And now Vicious is in the party. And Kanata's like, hey, I have nowhere to go. Like, Kanata's just like, hey, I have nowhere to go, and I have nothing to do. Can I follow you? And Vicious is just like, that's not my problem. And Vicious just fucking leaves. It's so funny. Like, Vicious is just like, oh, not my problem. I'm out. Of course, Mizella doesn't know any of this has happened and thinks that Kanata's still, like, being hunted. I mean, he is being hunted, but, like, he thinks that Kanata's still in danger. Not gonna let it ruin my day. So Vicious has now, like, exited the building once again. And now Mizella is, like, hunting for Kanata and, like, what was that dark power inside Kanata? Man, I wish a dark power was inside me, Mizella. And Mizella just like, what the fuck just happened to my boy? That is my little boy. That is my Scrunglow. I gotta protect my Scrunglow. Except that Kanata follows Vicious around. So he's actually how many inches of venom? Like a lot of inches. So Kanata's just following around Vicious now. And now Mizella's like tracking him down. So basically, like, Vicious is like fucking off somewhere, Kanata's not letting him fuck off somewhere, and Mizella's trying to like help somehow. They travel for a little bit. They do meet Aegis. So Aegis is like one of the knights sent to like hunt them down. Because we also learned that Vicious is the great transgressor and like the ultimate sinner in the world. Like he's the original sin basically. And so like Aegis is trying to hunt down Vicious specifically. It just happens to also see Kanata there and like is like, hey, wait a minute, you just got wait a minute. Yeah, so he's the great transgressor, the original guy. So everyone say hi to Aegis, he's gay. That's like his identity. They run around, Leon from Tales of Destiny's here. He's the master swordsman anyway. They do all this. It's basically like Vicious and Kanata traveling around. And then they end up back home. Back at Kanata's home, at least. And all the villagers like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you're guilty of crime. Because, you know, Kanata's literally like still has that innocent mindset of just like, oh, they'll help me. But then the villagers beat him down. So people are throwing rocks. The villagers shocked. Kanata came back with the man with the womb tattoo. Yeah, so this is kind of like the last of Kanata's innocence, like leaving him. Because like he assumes that if he explains what happened that people will believe him. But unfortunately, because he got canceled on Twitter, that they no longer will believe anything he says. Because he got canceled on Twitter. Oh, and Aegis is there. Hi, Aegis. Man, that would suck. So, there's this cool CG where, like, basically Vicious is, like, kind of redirecting all the ire onto him because he is the great transgressor.
おとなしく死ね。なんだと？
ビシャス、どういうつもりですか？
あっちのちびきちの言う通り、お前も限
It
界
is just kind of like to help them
切り抜けとかね。
get out of there.
死ぬぜ、お前。
A lot of stuff
そうい
happens.
うことで、一番楽に切り抜けられそうな方法がこれってわけ。
Then Nash, fucking Nash. I'm like skipping more because like I'm trying to get to like the next main point.
傷の手当てをしてたんだ。
So like Nash managed to get out of the fucking Nash got out of the orphanage. I don't like Nash. I've said this before, but man. So Mizella did evacuate the shelter. So that's a point. That Mizella, she did make sure people were out before she lit it on fire. But turns out Nash's sister
だけど妹がネイシュがまさか俺があげたお守りを忘れたからと
Nash's sister went back to the orphanage and burned alive. So, so Nash's sister was murdered by Mizella via fire in a roundabout way. So she's stupid? Yeah, she was stupid. She was very stupid. So Nash is just like, Nash assumes that Kanata set the fire and blames Kanata for the sister's death. Oh, so stupid running the family. A stupid do running the family.
俺とミゼラは知ってた。他の子はまあみんな小さくて意味が分かってないけどな。お前の親父大嫌いだったよ。
Nash is just like, how dare you murder your father even though you're selling everybody into slavery? Like, man.
村のみんなには話してない。もちろんミゼラを売ろうとしたことも。だって理由もないのに親父を殺したってことにした方がみんなお前の断罪を願ってくれるから。
そんなに俺が憎いの？
当たり前だろ。妹を殺したんだから。お前は死ぬべきだ。断罪されて地獄に落ちるべきだ。なのにどうしてまだ生きてるんだよ。執行者は何やってるんだ。
And they're like, why are you here? The enforcers. And also Nash is a little brat. Of course, Fish is just like, yo, if you want Kanata to die real bad, here's a knife. Kill him. Kill him right now. Go, come on. Go ahead, tough guy. Kill this man. Kill him. You want him dead so much, just kill him yourself. Come on. Don't let somebody else do it for you. Come on. Do it, fuckboy. Come on. I love Vicious. He's so good. Yeah, do what you want. Yeah, come on. Come on, tough guy. Come on.
トガオニの言うことなんて俺は聞かない。
And Ash is like, no, I won't. Bitch. Nash appears in like other chapters in the game. Like Jesus, whenever he shows up, I'm just like, ugh. Yikes. So they flee to a building and sleep. I think there's just Kanata's house. And Vicious is just crashing in.
考えてもわかるわけないな。俺も頑張って寝よう。少しは体力を回復させなきゃ。おやすみなさい。
All right. You might be like, what was that? Oh, you guys forgot about Mizella. You forgot Mizella was here, right? I mean, she wasn't, but... So, welcome back to the picture of Mizella. You might be wondering, what did Mizella do? So, Mizella has stabbed Vicious in his sleep. She's just fucking like... fucking murdered him in his sleep. So anyway, say goodbye to Vicious. Everyone say bye, Vicious. Vicious got murdered. She literally just stabbed him through the heart. No hesitation. She just like, oh, well. Bye, Vicious. The man with the womb tattoo's dead. Okay, we're just gonna leave. Except there's knights. Another murder in the village, let's go! I'm sure he had a huge character arc ahead of him. I know, right? What a waste of a good character design and a waste of a womb tattoo. So they're trying to escape, but the knights are there. So basically she's trying to like distract them with the fire. And now they're figuring out, like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Those are flowers that start fires. What just happened? So Mizella is just trying to like, he's basically confessing to the crime to try and like take some heat off of Kanata. And also so like they can be sinners together. Oh, just a second. I gotta get the door. Alright, I'm back. Alright. So Mizella's like trying to basically take some of the heat that Kanata got. And is basically like trying to take hold of the blame that Kanata received. Despite the fact that like he is fully a transgressor and there's no going back for that. Everyone say hi to Mizella. She's on the roof. She's got an announcement. Sonic the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker. Oh, so she's like fully being like, hey, I told him to do that. She's trying to like take all of the blame onto herself. In an attempt to save Kanata. She's trying her darned best to save him in whatever way she can. Even if that means like basically becoming a transgressor herself. She's one sick woman.
だから彼方は何も悪くない。罪人は私。
Yeah, this is like her one attempt to try and like get Kanata out of harm's way.
こんなひどい女だったなんて、まるで悪魔じゃないか。許されるわけがない。
And now, I'm so confused where the story is leading. There are so many directions the story goes in, it's insane. So then, now we get to the part where Mizella is now becoming a transgressor. She now hears everybody in the entire world saying KYS to her in her mind space.
こんな罪人が許されていいはずがない。消えるべきだ。魔女は消えろ。消えろ。消えろ。
All right, everyone say hello to transgressor Mizella, who's now getting branded on her hand, just like Kanata, because it's their thing. It's their little thing. They're holding hands. Both of their hands have fucking. It's basically like they're accomplices, so like they're both their brands are both on their hands. So it's kind of like they're holding hands, like doing this thing together. So here comes the enforcers. You might be thinking, well, Vicious is dead. Like, she stabbed Vicious. Yeah, the stain of guilt. Yeah, stain of guilt. Yeah, stain of guilt. That's what it's called. Yeah, she's literally like, hey, if I'm the criminal, that means you're innocent. So, like, Vicious saved Kanata and gave him the blood sin. So how does Mizella get out of this little predicament if Vicious is dead? And none of the villagers want to believe anything what Kanata says because he's already... Like, they don't care the context. They're just like, oh, Kanata killed Cody? That's all that, now they want to execute him. That's what's happening right now. They won't listen because it's Twitter. Again, this story is literally just Twitter. And now Nash has learned that, like, wait a minute, Mizella's the one that lit the place on fire, so actually it's not... So Nash is now gonna tell, hey, Mizella, I'm gonna blame you for the stupid thing my sister did. Have you read it on the internet? It must be true. Literally. That is the story. Kill for the sake of kill, yeah. So now Nash is gonna tell Mizella, like, hey, so you killed my sister. Yeah, Nash is very stupid. We do not like Nash. And Mizella wasn't aware that anybody died in the fire. Because Mizella did the best she could to make sure everyone was evacuated, and she didn't know anyone was inside. So... Assigned coffin birth. So true, so true. He's actually alive but evil. Turns dangerous as well, some shit. No, not quite. Nash is just terrible. So anyway, there's like there's like a scarier enforcer. Yeah, they say burn the witch. So, Kaz is trying to save Mizella from this. From the big boy transgressor. The big boy enforcer, I mean. Of course, like, now that Mizella knows that she actually, like, I don't think she murdered the kid, but she now, like, she's like, oh fuck, my actions had consequences. I'm actually, like, a terrible person. Like, I'm not just lying, I actually did something bad. So now she's burning. Because, like, essentially, like, the people of the world said, like, she has to burn, and now she's burning. Thanks to the, enforcers. Yeah, this girl is on fire. It's kind of intense. Of course, Nash is also a little freak. We don't like Nash. Yeah, Nash is as tough as in our world. Imagine. Yeah, so she does not feel, she feels very guilty because she is the one who caused the fire. Say just whatever the world believes is true despite being bogus. Yes. So the stain appears when the world considers that you're guilty. Oh, but wait just a second. Is that Vicious who got stabbed in his sleep, in his heart? Oh, does that mean that Vicious is immortal? Takes a hell of a lot more of a heart than a heart wound to kill me, sister. Yeah, so Vicious is immortal. He is the great transgressor after all. Of course, Vicious is now giving his tried and true therapy lesson to Mizella and being like, yo, you don't want to be cringe. If you're gonna be cringe, I'm gonna kill you. You have to be cringe and free to live here. Are you sure you want to die of cringe, kid? Well, I mean, Vicious is literally like, I mean, if you want to die, I'll do it right now. Like, I'll just do it for you. Like, come on. He does not give a shit. He'll be like, oh, okay, you want to die? Alright. Alright, tough guy. Alright, but I mean, sure. I'll do it myself. Of course, Mizella's like, oh, I gotta live for Kanata. I gotta, like, I feel really bad, but I wanna protect Kanata for the rest of my life. And so now Mizella gets her little blood sin. Alright, now it's Mizella's turn to get stabbed in the heart. So let's go. And that's Mizella's theme. And all of their weapons have something to do with like something to do with like what they were something to do with the sin they did. So like Kanata stabbed his father, he gets a giant knife. Mizella lit something on fire, she gets magic. So she can like use fire magic now. So everything's related to like what they did in the past. Again, we don't know what Vicious did to become the great transgressor, but he has guns, so who knows?
今は生き残らなきゃ。
私も戦う。この力はそのために手に入れたものだから。
さあ派手に踊ろうぜ。こいつも
Probably cheated at Fairground Shooting Range or something. Yeah, the original sin. Humanity's first sin, cheating at the carnival game.
集まった時にこいつは生まれる。今
All
回
right.
は誰かさんを火あぶりにしたいっていう。
So basically, like, they defeat this guy and they resolve to all travel together. He invented guns, oh no.
くらいはすんのかなって期待してただけだ。何を
So,
さーて
basically, Vicious, Kanata, and Mizella all, like, decide to travel together for the time being. And they leave as a trio.
それはないっしょ。だがお前らにとっても悪い場所じゃないと思うぜ。
And basically, they're kind of going by Vicious's whims. Because Vicious just kind of does whatever he feels like it. He is the original transgressor. He's kind of chaotic. We all love him for it. And there they go.
お利口さんじゃねえの。頭撫でてやろうか。
彼方に触らないで。
And right after, it looks like this is when you see the opening for the first time.
結局お前も来るのか。
Which is a good opening. Yeah, then you see the opening for the first time, which I'm just gonna watch it again because I really like the opening. But yeah, that's literally the first chapter of the story. Only 2 hours of cutscenes for the opening. Exactly. Well, okay. So, there are a lot of original characters in Crestoria, but like a lot of these characters you're gonna see in the opening are cameo characters from other Tales games. As an example, coming up here is Luke from Tales of the Abyss, people from Rebirth, Velvet from Berseria. It was a gacha, so. That is literally chapter 1 of Crestoria. Like, all of that shit happened in only the first chapter. Also, chapter 1 is the longest because it's, like, the one that sets up all the... It sets up the setting, it sets up the story. But... For some reason, I thought that, like, Mizella and Kanata's recruitments were in, like, 2 different chapters, so I forget what happens in chapter 2, because I thought chapter 2 was all of Mizella stuff. So let me just skim and just kind of give you a general thing. But like essentially chapter 2 is like they're traveling, they do a lot of stuff with the characters from Rebirth 2, I think this is from. Like not real Rebirth 2, but like fake Rebirth 2. But yeah, they're just like doing that and they're like here's a really funny thing. I saw a couple of following sections were very Monster of the Week kind of stuff. Yeah. So, some of the, like, there's kind of, like, 2 different, like, levels of chapters in Crestoria. Like, there's one level is, like, main story. Like, these are the ones that, like, deal directly with, like, the primary story of the thing. Like, recruiting characters, recruiting Aegis, Yuna, and Orwin, and all them. And then there's, like, the lower tier ones, and chapter 2 is, like, one of the lower tier ones where it's, like, more so world building than actual like main story progression. Here's a really funny thing is that when they're in town, they wear these disguises, but like Vicious's still shows his fucking womb tattoo. So like Kanata and Mizella are all disguised and stuff, like her Bright Blaze is still there, so it doesn't get smushed under the hood. And then there's fucking Vicious who's just like, I can't not be a whore. So he has it all hanging out right here. And then so like this whole story just like dealing with this guy. I think he's from Rebirth 2. I think Eternia? I think it's called Eternia. This one's from. So you're just like talking around with the Eternia guys and like doing shit and just traveling. Hey, paid a lot for that tattoo. So true, so true. So that happens in chapter 2. Chapter 3 Chapter 3 is a main story thing. Oh. This is the first chapter where you meet Orwin. Orwin appears very briefly here, and then you never see him for a while. But I think this chapter is Aegis recruitment. So this is when we recruit Aegis. Again, his sin entirely revolves around him rejecting a woman. So he's gay. Let's meet Orwin. He's been grieving. So like, literally, the reason why Orwin and Raven are in jail right now is because they got in a bar fight together and they just ended up in the same place. So. Oh my god, Raven. Oh, he's so sad. I love him.
またそれもうもったいぶっちゃって。あなたたちは一体。
ダメだよ、カナタ。この人たちからは近づいちゃいけないダメ人間の匂いがする。
そこ。誰がダメ人間か。
Sorry, we're watching a little bit of this because it's like this is the only glimpse you'll see of Orwin until chapter 9. Like he just vanishes until like a billion chapters later.
ちょっとお金がないことに気づいちゃっただけで。
俺はあれだ。ちょっと街中で喧嘩しちゃっただけだ。
Yeah, he literally got drunk and beat up a guy and now he's in jail. Love him.
この人たちかけねなしに本物のダメ人間だ。俺ダメ人間初めて見ました。ちょっと感
Oh my
動し
god,
ます。
I've never met a real criminal before. It's kind of exciting. Man, I don't like Kanata that much, but he really has some zingers. He's really funny sometimes.
おお、そりゃ何よりだ。
こんな純粋な目でダメさを突きつけられたの、おっさん初めてかもしんない。
塩ないかな。あったら投げつけるのに。
清めようとすんな。
He does best out pretty well for the whole killing his dad thing. I mean, it's been a few weeks since then. He's had time to like not think about it. You know.
俺とレイブンで日本草。最後まで伸びきってみせようじゃねえか。よっ、待ってました。占領役者。
I love them. And mysteriously, somebody comes in.
釈放だ。出ろ。
マジでやったー。
違う、お前じゃない。そっちの男だ。
なんで
So somebody comes in and is like, and basically like gets Orwin out of jail mysteriously.
じゃ、またどっかで。そっちの男子と女子も。じゃあな。
And then we never see him again for like 9 chapters. Ever say goodbye to Orwin for 9 chapters. But this is just like recruiting Aegis. Again, he rejects a woman, and then you know. Wait. So he, I believe, trying to remember properly, but the story. Oh yeah, we also meet Yuna here. We actually meet a lot of characters here. So this is like also the first time we meet Yuna, who is the information broker that Vicious works with. I forgot that we meet her this far in advance, but like she's an information broker. And okay, so Aegis rejects a woman. He's framed for a crime. Like Aegis is flat out framed. The guy with the womb tattoo is just an tattoo artist who also has the strained weapon power. No. The guy with the womb tattoo, he is the great transgressor. Like, his womb tattoo is actually the sign that he is the grand transgressor. Like, that is his strain of guilt, is his womb tattoo. Anyway. So yeah, Aegis gets, like, the strain of guilt, but he actually refuses to let Vicious, like, give him a blood sin for a while. So, like, Aegis is kind of dead weight for a while. And then later, he then takes the blood sin from Vicious. This chapter is also pretty fucked up, by the way. Like I'm gonna glaze over this, but basically, this town that they're in, it's a safe haven for transgressors. So like transgressors they've basically made their own Australia in the world of Crestoria. So they just live here, like trying to live in peace. And then the knights come in and just start slaughtering them. And it kind of breaks Aegis's resolve because he's seeing like all these people who are just trying to live their life and like trying to move past the sins that they've done. And then people just come in and start murdering them indiscriminately. And Aegis is like, this is kind of fucked up. So Aegis decides to like take the blood sin so he can try to defend these people who are just trying to live their lives. It's a really fucked up chapter, but there's a lot of fucked up chapters in Crestoria. And Aegis gets a little spear, a little lance. And he just wants to protect the weak. And that's his thing. Isn't it cute? So that's what happens here. Aegis is recruited. And then they flee to... Yeah, it gets an Aegis. And then they flee because, like, the refuge for the sinners, for the transgressors, has been, like, basically overtaken. So they have to, like, keep going. So... Then we get to Chapter 4, which I'm going to be real. Chapter 4, if you have ever played Tales of the Abyss, Chapter 4 is just Tales of the Abyss. Like, it pretty much just, like, does a retelling of one of the plot points in Tales of the Abyss. It even has Luke in it, and that's kind of the chapter. It's kind of what happens. But I think that's all that happens is Tales of the Abyss happens, and that's it. We got Chapter 5, which I believe is Yuna? Is it the Yuna chapter? Yes, it is the Yuna chapter. So this is like, we meet up with Yuna again, and this is Yuna's gal pal. Again, they're gay. So, like, her gal pal is, like, a singer and stuff, and they love each other very much. They're very gay. We love them. But things go down. I explained, like, vaguely earlier. And Yuna is then... Is this Yuri? It is Yuri. So, basically, they kind of condemn Yuna over something very stupid. Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, Kanata was condemned because he stabbed his father. He killed his dad. Whereas, like, for Yuna, she was kind of condemned for something very comparatively innocuous. And then she gets a strain of guilt on her tongue because she was condemned for an article that she wrote. And... So basically, like, her sin is, like, something that she said/wrote about, and she gets it on her tongue, which I think is really cool, actually. And then Vicious comes in and is like, hey, you gotta be cringe or based. And Yuna's like, I'll be based. Again, I'm like completely like skimming over this plot right now to get to the chapter I really, really love, but it's a good story, man. It's really good. Yep, so then we recruit Yuna. We have chapter 6, which I think there's another like off chapter, but let me skim it and remember. Oh, like this is the Legendia crowd. We have the dude from Legendia and we have the Velvet from Berseria. So, oh yeah, this girl. Oh yeah, this girl. Oh yeah, this is like Kanata has like a secret sister. Like this is his sister, and we like learn about her. And it's kind of fucked up. Um, and like he didn't know that he even had a sister, and that it's like it's really fucking wild. We also meet these guys. They are they're Forte and somebody else, but um they're two of the villains. They're two of the villains that pop up every now and then. They really serve God well. Anyway, we're gonna meet God a little later, but just know that they really love God, the god of Crestoria, and they do anything to like see her. That's about it though. They learn. So yeah, they take in Kanata's sister that you didn't know about before. Then chapter 7. This is where we meet. This is where we meet God. Yeah, we're gonna meet God later. You guys ready to meet God? I forget the exact context, but like Nash is here. Everyone hates Nash. Everyone say boo, ew, gross, Nash. How dare you be here? But yeah, they're they basically like I think again, it's been a while. But they do something they're like they tell Sonia, who is Kanata's sister, that like, hey, Kanata killed your fucking dad. So Sonia is like not liking that. And they do a bad thing. They do like a little experimental thing on them, on her. And she gets like consumed by this enforcer to make like a super weapon, which is kind of wild. Like, look at this shit. This is wild. Like, look at this fucking shit, man. So, like, basically, like, they're using her vengeance and her need to have Kanasa be punished and, like, combining it with this enforcer, and it looks really cool, actually. But yeah, so that happens. And I think they're doing all this specifically to, summon God. So, anyway, say hi to God. That's God. She's the goddess who, like, set up the entire system of, like the vision orbs and stuff. Like that's all her doing. And they summon her just to say howdy. And with this chapter, you kind of learn what the general end goal is. The general end goal is to kill God. And like redo the entire system of the world. So like we do that. Like a bunch of other shit happens. We like learn that like, hey, God's kind of powerful. This is what God looks like right here. And we also kind of get hints that that like God and Vicious have like some kind of history and stuff, because like, you know, Vicious is the original transgressor, so that we kind of get a little bit of hints for that. God has a cube. Hi bear, welcome in. This is God. Welcome God. Classic JRPG. Yeah, you kill God at the end of Crestoria. Well, I mean, you don't, because Crestoria reached end of service too soon. But yeah, so like she can like easily take out Vicious. Hey, there's another like, look at God. Is Vicious like her ex? We know. You could theorize that, Shotten. We will never know. But it's certainly a theory that you can have, because we'll never know. God needs a t-shirt. Go back in time and say like, hey, I will give you a more billion money if you continue Crestoria and also give her a shirt. My wife would love God's hair though. It is very cute. I just like her design in general. She kind of took up with a fuckboy and kind of regretted it. I mean, it sounds pretty personal, branding someone the original transgressor, but also he has powers. Yeah, but he had... So, yeah. Also, we learned that, like, hey, folks have hated me since the moment I was born. So, like, that's kind of like a, yo, what's your deal, buddy? Maybe God will disapprove of Vicious womb tattoo. It's fine. Okay, so we have the womb tattoo man. He, like, a lot of things are going on in this chapter, you know? And then Vicious turns really cool. Alright, guys, are you ready to see really cool Vicious? I know he already looks really cool, but... We used to be besties, and one day he came home with this atrocious tattoo. No, don't tell me. So everyone say hi to Vicious! His womb tattoo got bigger! Now he's saying, so like this is like super, this is really cool form. Yeah, and we learned that he has this kind of form, he has a bigger womb tattoo, let's go! His body is now all womb tattoo, so true, bestie. But, yeah, and also this is his, like, fighting sprite, let me see. Show it. Yeah! Let's fucking go! Getting some real Cassandra vibes, he is shirtless. I mean, he's almost shirtless already, in his normal form. He has a tail, so this is like... You can see why Vel likes him, because he's kind of like a dragon before Silas came out. And this is when they started doing banner versions of the main cast. Yes! This is the point, wait, Silas is a dragon? Yeah. I'm not the person to talk to about this, because I'm not, like, the biggest Love and Deep Space person, but Silas is a dragon. Yeah. But yeah, this is the point, so, like, after this, in the next chapter, we'll get, like, the Kanata version of this, I believe. But, oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hi, Aza. But, they started, like, doing these, like, alternate, like, more sinful versions of characters. Thank you for the stretch. Where they were, like, super powerful. As in, if you had a friend who had this version of Vicious or like a similar version of Kanata, like, you were winning every battle. Like, the Kanata one, I always use that. That was fucking OP. That was like the most OP shit ever. Then we like learned that he has like a super special, like, sexy, you know, super special sexy form. And then we kind of like Vicious is kind of going fucking crazy. Eventually God leaves and Vicious goes back to normal. And also there's this hot lady here. I forget what her name is. Hot lady leaves though. So like God's also planning something. So that's kind of the main goal right now. And you might be thinking, Ner, we just met God. But, so we just met God and we now have like kind of the main plot twist that a Tales game always has. But why is our why does our main cast still only 5 characters instead of 6? Man, I sure wonder that too. Anyway, let's go to chapter 8. So this is chapter 8. I forget what happens here. I think there's another like kind of passive one. Oh, Nash is here. Everyone say boo, boo, Nash fucking sucks. Ew, gross. Ew, ewy. Oh yeah, this is the human experimentation one, I think. Oh my god. Y'all, there's human experimentation in this one, I think. Let's go.
Neurosis.exe has been forcibly installed. Good luck.
Azza, thank you for the gifted sub to Bear. Bear, enjoy your emotes. So this is like, man, I'm gonna lie, like this one like really I don't remember much about this chapter, but I remember this being another one that's really fucked up. So, you know, a lot of fucked up things happen in this one. Because like a lot of the story, I'm just like, they did what? So this is definitely one of them. Oh yeah, this is where Mizella gets her special little form. You also saw a lot of Mizella in like PvP and stuff, because if you had this Mizella, you would basically win. That was kind of wild. We got Eleanor from Tales of Berseria. Everyone say hi, Eleanor. And also Sonia's back. And then I'm just skimming to like see if anything comes to mind. But anyway, Kanata and his sister he didn't know about before. Like I think his sister like finally realizes like, hey, maybe my dad wasn't a bad was a bad person after all. So like they reconcile. It's like a big thing. It's cool. Anyway, there's chapter 8 after story. I forget what this is. I think it's just like wrapping up what happened. Oh yeah, this is when you get Kanata's special form. So this is like the super powerful Kanata form where his arm gets engulfed in the blood sin. And that chapter 8 after story is just like establishing that, yeah, he's training and stuff. He's learning how to wield his blood sin and stuff and learning to control it. And he's really strong now. Anyway, Jesus Christ, this is 2 hours long. Oh my God. We're going to be skipping around this a lot because I want to get to the good meaty stuff. But this is my favorite chapter. One of my favorite chapters of the game. This is the chapter where we recruit Orwin. And you might be thinking, Ner, of course this would be your favorite chapter of the game because it recruits your favorite character. It's not leaning closely into your personal space, grabbing you by the shoulder. Y'all, this fucking chapter, man. Y'all. No way. It helps. Okay. Like, I said this earlier, that, Orwin is my favorite, because, like, obviously, like, come on. Like, you know me. You guys know me at this point. But this story, like, regardless of, like, the visual appeal for me, I would have fallen in love with them regardless. Like, if we like turn Orwin into like Vicious or something, like I would have absolutely like fallen in love with Vicious if this was like his backstory. Like y'all. So anyway, a lot of this beginning is like, so like they arrive in a new country, and then Orwin's there. Everyone say hi to Orwin. Oh my God, it's Orwin. He's my favorite character. Oh my God, it's not a surprise at all. So we meet Orwin. He has been missing since chapter 3. He has not been in the story for 6 chapters. That's such a nerd character. Listen, there's more. I also want to point out that like the previous chapters have been shorter than this. Like, it is insane. So basically, like, we meet Orwin in the town, and Orwin's doing something like suspicious, and they're like, I think they're trying to get some like information from this town, and just trying to like get some info about God and stuff, you know, the usual. And Orwin says like, hey, can you meet, like, I will help you out. Like, Orwin says, I'm gonna help you out. And then, like, so, Kanza basically, like, falls into a trap hole, like a Team Rocket style, like, hole in the ground, because Orwin set it up. And now Kanata's trapped in a cave. So basically, like, the reason why Orwin's doing it is because, like, there's kind of a... I'm trying to remember the specifics. But there's, like, a monetary reward for if you capture these... If you capture, like, these specific transgressors, then, like, you'll get money for it. So Orwin's like, okay, bet. So he tries to, like, capture the transgressors and, like, get money out of it. In the meantime, while, like, Kanata's doing that, like, the rest of the group meets up with Naya. I think her name's Naya. I think her name's Naya. Naya might be his wife's name. But yeah, Orwin's daughter, it kind of like is like, yo, my dad's doing something cringe, so like I'm gonna go lead you to your friend because my dad's going to like try and do something stupid. So yeah, Aura. And she's like, my dad's cringe. I'm sorry for my father, he's very cringe. So anyway, let's meet Orwin's hot wife, Naya. Let's fucking go. We got a man with a wife and a kid. Yeah, side braid. I'm in. And now Mizilla's like beating up Orwin for like trying to capture Kanata. This idiot's wife. Man, I wish I were her. And they're like, oh, sorry for what my husband did. Like, strangely, they're actually like pretty cool with the fact that they're all transgressors. They're just like, oh, so sorry, my husband tried to capture you and turn you into the authorities. Like, I'm so sorry for what my husband did. Orwin's married? He sure is. Yeah, so like they're literally like a safe haven for the transgressors. So like they take him in for a little bit and just like, hey, like you can stay in our house and chill for a while. Like we'll take care of you. We'll give you some food. Like it's pretty rough out there for you guys. So it's like a very rare instance where like people are very accepting of the transgressors, which is really cool. Orwin's not happy because he tried to sell them out for money. God, I love Crestoria.
これでお金が手に入るかもしれないって言ってて。昼間俺たちと会った後か。多分そうだと思う。私ね、気になってその時聞いたの。そのトガビトさんは本当に悪い人なのって。
So rare media literacy in the world of Tales of Crestoria, where if you get canceled on Twitter, you die.
私はどうしても心配で、夜お父さんが出かけたから後を追って外に出てみたの。そしたらミゼラに会ったんだ。宿にカナタがいないって気づいて探しに出た時ね。あの時は当てもなくて本当にどうしようかと思ったわ。
So this is a very happy little family. You might be thinking, Ner, earlier in the stream you just told me that Orwin's sin is going to be him killing his wife. So what the fuck happens? And if you don't know the plot of Tales of Crestoria, you're not going to be able to guess what happens next. And I am being legit. So let's see. Again, I haven't streamed for a long time, so, and most of it's been yapping, but, I'm gonna try and see, like, where the first instance begins to happen. So, okay. So, let's get into the plot of Chapter 9. So, while the transgressors are being housed by Orwin's family, we kind of learn that there's a man-eating monster around. Basically, there's a monster that prowls the streets of the town at night and eats people. And it's a huge deal. Like, because, like, the family has been very kind to, the transgressor group. Like, there's transgressors are like, okay, well, like, there's this man-eating monster around, so, like, we're gonna, like, help him. We're gonna help him out. As long as the wife is okay, that's all that matters. Okay. So, the group decides to, like, go out and hunt for the monster and, like, try and, like, get it, like, to not eat people anymore. That's, like, the thing that's the main plot of what's happening right now. Is, because, like, and, like, Oren's, I do not like how you said, okay, so, don't worry about it. Anyway, so, Orwin also tags along because, like, you know, he has nothing, literally, Orwin is unemployed and jobless. I mean, that's the same, I just said the same word twice, but you know what I mean. Like, he's kind of a lazy bum, so, like, Orwin goes and tags along too. And for some reason, like, Orwin is very, he doesn't seem as enthusiastic to take care of the man-eating monster around, for some reason. But he's not enthusiastic, but he's still, like, tagging along just because I think, like, his wife just said, like, hey, go help these guys. But he's very not happy about things right now.
人でなし。ニーナさん、あんなにいい人なんだから、もっと大切にした方がいいよ、オーレン。
うるせえうるせえ。ガキが分かったようなこと言うんじゃねえ。畜生が。
すねてもうた。これじゃどっちが子供かわからへんな。
本当に謎だ。
Why would such a strong woman like that have him for a husband? Oh man. So. Oh yeah, this is like the mascot. They pick up this little freak in the village, basically Crestoria's Australia. They pick him up there. So, like, a lot of this, basically a lot of this chapter is basically establishing that, like, Orwin is kind of a lazy piece of shit, and Naya's kind of like the good one of the relationship, and hunting down the man-eating monster. Video chop chop. Video, I want to see my boy. Hello. YouTube doesn't want me to see my boy. Oh, here we go, here we go. Okay.
ぼーっとしないでよ。
Alright, the curse of buffering, yeah.
ご飯食べたらいつでも休めるからね。
Yeah, they're just like fun little household things.
食事だけじゃなく、止めてもらえるなんて。
いいのよ。あなたたちがここにいれば、私もニッキュと遊べるから。ね、ニッキュ。
ニッキュ。なんか私よりも懐いてない？
自分を食べる可能性のある人間より絶対に食べない人間にな
Oh yeah, it's a joke that like Mizella wants to like cook Mikyu and eat it. That's like a running gag in the game. Anyway, let's watch a scene with Orwin and his wife.
あら、まだ起きていたの？こんな時間なのに。それとも賑やかすぎて落ち着かないのかしら。私は家族が増えたみたいで楽しいけど。
雲。
え？
見ろよ。雲が綺麗に波みたいにうねってる。ああいう雲の形を波状雲って言うんだぜ。波状雲は大気のマナが活発化した時に現れるそうだ。不思議なもんだよな。マナったのは。普段意識しないが、実はいろんなものに影響を及ぼしてんだ。例えば、 一部の魔物の気性を荒くしたりとかな。誰も気づいてないみたいだけどよ、この町に人食いの魔物が現れるのは決まって波状運ができて数日以内なんだ。必ずな。
そうなの。
ニーナ、お前今日の昼間どこに行ってた？
それなら知ってるでしょ。今日はいつものパン屋さんで働いていたわ。
パン屋のおっさんに聞いたら、今日
Oh?
お前は休みだったって言ってたぜ。それから森の方に向かうお前を見たって人もいた。ニーナ、
あなたに言いたいことは一つだけ。信じて。どうか。おやすみなさい。
Yeah, so, something's going on with Naya. That's mysterious. Anyway. Basically, there's something's going on.
今日は一人で飲みたい気分なんだ。
Oh.
それじゃ。
Bye, Orwin. She's probably working in the Keebler Forest Bakery on the side. Yeah, exactly. I kind of want to put that creature in a box and shake it real hard. So do I.
何か気になることでもあるの？かなた。
うん。なんかここ数日、
Yeah, Orwin's acting a little strange.
何か思い詰めてる雰囲気っていうか。
オーレンと待ち合わせやろか。
So they go home that night without Orwin, who's like drinking somewhere, and then they notice that like Naya's missing when they get to the house. So like, okay, where's Naya? Where's Orwin's beautiful wife?
うちに言われてもわからへんよ。
とにかく追いかけよう。
So Naya just kind of wandering the streets for some reason.
大人のジョージってやつやろか。
バカを言うな。そんなことをする女性には見えない。
わかってへんな、イーツ。女は誰でも男を騙す天才や言うやろ。
どうせ嘘だろ。
もちろん。
This is literally is the dead Sprouse hairdo.
ニーナの様子が。
Him. Uh-oh.
なんだ？ニーナの周囲に光が。何かの魔術か？いや、あれはちげえ。
Uh-oh, what's wrong with Orwin's beautiful wife? Oh shit, it's the man-eating monster. Okay. So, you know, Orwin's beautiful wife is actually a monster in disguise. So that's something. This is what happens when you morph after watching Morbius. This is just like Morbius.
誰かいるの？
しまった。
あなたたち。
ニーナさん、その姿は。
So they're like, hey Naya, what's up with you?
行かなきゃ。
これ逃げんじゃねえ。あ、ニーナさん。
行っちゃった。
So Naya runs off. Ask any guy married for 40 years and he agrees that their wife is a monster in disguise though. This is literal!
物だったなんて。こんなこと。
いや、事態は思ったより深刻かもしれない。
So all of them are like, okay, so there's a giant man-eating monster around, and we just watched Orwin's wife turn into a giant monster. I think we found who the giant man-eating monster is.
俺たちはここ数日、人食いの魔物の居場所をつかむため周囲を探索したが、結局見つかりはしなかった。だがもし人食いの魔物が普段は魔物の姿をしていなかったとして、
And they're like, well, of course we couldn't find it because it's disguised as Naya. And they're like, oh man, Orwin's wife is eating people. Man. And Orwin Orwin pops out.
随分都合よく現れるじゃねえか。そんなに間のいい男じゃなかったはずだけどな、お前。いつからいた？
多分オタクらと同じだよ。
オーレンは知ってたの？ニーナさんのこと。
うっすら気づいてはいたよ。目にしたのは
Is bro killing his own wife now?
覚悟してても心臓に悪いぜ。
So basically, like, I'm not sure if he's gonna like say it now or a little later in the chapter, but basically, like, the reason why he Orwin was in jail in a different country was because he was basically like he was suspecting that his wife was a giant monster for a while and has been like going around the world kind of researching like what she could be because like he suspected something and was trying to like figure out like what exactly she was. And yeah, so like he suspected a while, and it's kind of, at least I assume, the reason why he drinks a lot is because he's just like, oh fuck.
が化け物になる瞬間ってのはよ。
オーレン。
さて、今度はこっちが聞く。
And he's like, okay, you learned my wife's a monster. What are you gonna do about it?
これからどうするつもりだ？
どうって、とにかくニーナさんを追わなきゃ。
追ってどうする？
もしニーナさんが人間を襲って食べているんだとしたら、そんなことやめさせる。
そうかい。だったらお前らを通すわけにはいかねえな。
So, Orwin, literally wife guy of the century, he's like, the party's just like, yo, if your wife's the one eating people, we have to stop her. And he just like, I'm not gonna let you do that. I support my wife's wrongs. So like, Orwin's literally just like, hey, my wife might be a man-eating monster, but man, that's hot. Literally, like, he is a huge wife guy. I love him. So like, Orwin's actually a boss battle. So you have to like beat him in a boss battle to proceed.
話し合いなんぞ無駄だろ。あちらさんやる気満々みてえだぜ。さっきまでとは雰囲気が別もんじゃねえか。てめえ、猫かぶってやがってね。
引く気はねえか。仕方ねえ。
オーレン、本気なの？
構えろからだ。こいつかなりやるぜ。油断したらこっちがあの領域だ。
あんたらに恨みはねえ。
He's like, nothing against you, but I can't let you kill my wife. Yeah. Yeah, literally, he's a boss battle. Yeah, he's just like, hey, even if she's like eating people, and even if I have to kill you guys, like, I'm gonna do it for my wife. He's a real wife guy. He will protect his wife no matter what. Even if she's killing people. And that's why, like, honestly, this is why I love him so much. Because, like, holy shit.
さすがトガ人集団ってとこか。離れしてや
Oh,
る。
just like Eggman.
やめてよ、オーレン。どうして俺たちが戦わなきゃいけないの？
お前たちがニーナの秘密を知ったからだ。お前たちにも誰にも。
He's gonna protect his wife. I love him for that.
違うよ、オーレン。俺たちはニーナさんを撃つつもりなんてない。
ニーナが人を食っているところを見ても同じことが言えるのか。ニーナがお前の仲間を頭から噛み砕いてもそんな綺麗事が言える。
Oh my god. He's literally just like, you can say that you're not gonna hurt her, but like, if she eats one of y'all, then you're gonna hurt her. And so I gotta kill you.
それは。でも違うよ。俺たちはただニーナさんを止めたいだけなんだ。
なもん信用できるか。
落ち着けオーレン。お前は一体ニーナの何を知っている？
何を知ってるかって。さあね。確実に分かってることなんて何もねえよ。ただ気づいちまったらさ。そりゃ気づくだろ。人が襲われ食われたって騒ぎになる夜。
This is like so good. This is good shit for me. Didn't even think for sure. He's just like me for real. Yeah. So like, he literally was just like, oh, she like left in the middle of the night where like a murder happened, and then I smelled blood on her lips. Oh no. Like, this line, like, insane for me. Where, like, he just, like, yeah, I could smell blood from her. When she's in bed. She smells like blood. His rules are she's gnawing on a bone in her sleep. Like a fucking dog. I would just assume she's cheating on me. Oh yeah. I suspect my wife's cheating on me. She just sleeps with guys and then bites their head off. Fetish for lesbians on their period. Oh my god. And that's like, that's why he like went out to investigate, because of these fucking weird things were happening. Yeah. Okay, he's saying it here. Yeah, so he found some stuff that explains everything. Everyone around that had the symbol around their neck had some weird shit happening. But nobody saw that coming. Like, every time someone had that symbol around the neck, some weird... That symbol, like, that's like the... Like, are you talking about the vision orb? Because that's what, like, everybody has. That's not, like, a special thing. That's... The only reason these guys don't have... I mean, or when they were just lazy about a sprite. But, like, these guys don't have it because they don't have it anymore. It's more normal to have it than not. And he's just like, I don't care if my wife eats people. She's just doing what she has to do. It's just what she does. It's just like a quirky thing that my wife does sometimes.
仕方なかったって済む話やないやろ。食べられて殺された人にだって生活があったはずや。
She's just a little aggressive sometimes. She's just like eating. She gets hungry.
そうやって残された人たちに仕方なかったから許してくれって言えるんか。
うるせえよ。そんな正論はうんざりなんだよ。だいたいてめえらにだけは言われたくねえ。揃いも揃ってトガビと風情がよ。
Oh, bring out the transgressor card.
それで俺たちを止めてその後はどうする？
Is that question Orwin says?
このままニーナさん
Yeah,
が
pretty
人を
much.
食べるのを黙って見てるっていうの？
あいつが魔物になった姿を見ちまった以上、確信を得ちまった以上、
this is so cool to me. They're gonna like, he's gonna take them somewhere else. He's gonna like take them away so like they can live in peace. That's his plan. I love it. Like, I love it so much.
今の声は？
まさかニーナさんが人を？
急ぐぞ。行かせねえって言っただろうが。ニーナには指一本触れさせねえ。
So you fight him again. He's like, I got one more in me, and then he gets beaten again. So we're nice and quiet where she can murder squirrels in peace. Worth a shot. Exactly, exactly. He just loves his wife, guys. I love him. He just loves his wife so much. Look at this shit. Yo, he doesn't care if his wife eats people. It's the only women. It's the only woman for him. Man, I love this guy. Like this is literally like I said earlier. Like, yes, aesthetically, this man is very pleasing to me. But this shit down here, I love this so much. This shit is great.
俺にとってはたった一人の女なんだよ。
俺。
かなた。
行こう。
ミイラ。
姫はこっちの方向からだったはず。
Okay, so they go hunt down Naya.
とっくに食われてるんじゃね。
And this is actually my least favorite part of the chapter because I think it would have been better. So every day I think about writing a fix-it chapter thing where like Naya is actually the man-eating monster. But like, so basically like they're the same species, but this one is the man-eating one, and Naya is the good one who resists her urges so she can live with Orwin. Honestly, I thought it would have been really cool if she was the man-eater. Like, that would have been really cool. But, you know, they couldn't have, like, too good of a story here, but... So basically, like, what Naya has been doing is that she has been, like, trying to hunt down the man-eater and, like, get him out of here. Like, she's been fighting him alone, or hunting him down alone for, like, for a long time. And she goes out into the forest to specifically, like, bite the heads off of squirrels and shit. Like, she doesn't eat humans. She goes and... She's basically Edward Cullen. If Edward Cullen were a giant monster who ate the skulls out of things. So yeah, they're fighting and... buffering. Biting the heads off bats like Ozzy. Like, she's just like Ozzy Osbourne. And then... So they figure out that, like, hey, Naya isn't the one who's killing people. She is still a monster, but she's not the one killing people. It's a different guy. Of course, Orwin feels really guilty for assuming that she was the one that was killing people, and he feels really guilty about it. She's both Ozzy and Sharon, yeah. So Orwin's, like, feeling extremely guilty that, like, hey, I assumed that my wife was a killer and she isn't, and I don't feel great about this. Feels the wife who has her act together.
なんだよそれ。じゃあ夜な夜な外に出てたのもずっとあいつを止めるためで。
So.
誰よりも
Yeah, he's like, how could I assume that she was killing people? Oh no. He feels real guilty. He's basically Batman. She is basically Batman if Batman turned into a giant monster that ate the skulls off of things. Yeah, so they're fighting. And Orwin comes up, and Naya's just like, what the fuck, you know about this? He's like, I'm sorry, babe, for thinking that you're a giant monster who ate people. You're just a regular giant monster. Of course, he thinks like, yo, you're a monster? That's hot. Orwin's literally a freak. He is into his monster wife.
んじゃねえかよ。
俺
ちどうしてここに人間が。
ニーナさんに加勢しよう。こいつを倒さなきゃ。
が聞こえる。
Alright, so, the daughter,
そこに
the daughter's, like, out looking for her parents because her parents are not, like, home, and it's, like, really late, and she's worried about her parents. So, like, Ara is now out in play. So, the Maid-Eater takes, like, kidnaps the daughter. Then they, like... So... They go and try and rescue the daughter. And, like, he knocks out the girl. Maid-Eater not long, kind of lacking. You gotta square up, I know, right? So.
どんどん街中の魔物が増えているぞ。
多分私とあいつがないの。ただこうして生まれてしまった。
Okay, so Nias is like, hey, born this way, Lady Gaga. Olivetter says, you're my wife. I wonder what the big reveal of the chapter will be. I don't know. I was born this way, yeah.
そうね。必ず助けようね。みんなでアウラを。
Alright, so there's like a little more stuff going on.
今なら
非常食の分際でいい仕事するじゃねえか。
So they rescue the daughter. They go and kill the big man-eater.
よし、アウラを取り返したぞ。
ミーナ、アウラをこっちへ。アウラ、大丈夫か。
気を失ってるけど怪我はないみたいね。よかった。
ほな、あとは卑怯者にお仕置きするだけやな。
ちくしょう、俺を舐めるんじゃねえ。
前みたいなやつは絶対許さない。覚悟しろ。あなたは。
Okay, so there's a boss battle. We beat that in the battle. Kant has his cool sword.
観念しろ。
そうみてえだな。だが一人じゃ死なねえ。
So, what happens next? We'll shock you.
この力は。
お前も気づいているだろう。
So he's summoning all the monsters here to basically, like, I don't know, kill them all. Because, yeah. And also,
なんだろこの熱風は。
これじゃ近づけない。
so he's basically turning into a bomb to blow up and, like, take everything with him. So, he's gonna explode soon.
今は考察してるときちゃう。なんとかならへんの？
くそ、せめてアウラだけでも。
And Naya, damn, he's gonna burst.
同じ力を持つ私なら私だけが今のあなたに近づける。これ以上熱が広がる前にあなたを。
So Naya, like, rushes in to stop him. And big explodey.
一体何が。光も熱風も収まっている。つまりこれは。
ミーナ、ブスか。うわっ。なんでだよ。生まれた瞬間から生の肉が食いたくてしょうがなかった。特に人間の肉は格別だ。
You know, some man-eating monster lore popping up.
お前だって 俺と同じことを感じてたはずだ。なのに。
We get some lore. That like, hey, like, you have a thirst for flesh too. What's wrong with you? And Naya's was like, hey, I feel the thirst for flesh always. But
ニーナ。
私は確かに肉を求めていた。
yeah, she's thirsted for human flesh all of her life. But the power of love kept her from doing that. Yeah, so she's been eating monsters in the woods, biting their heads off. And that's why Orwin would smell blood. I love this song playing in the background, by the way. Fun fact, the first music that I commissioned from Dama for stream, I actually sent him this as like one of my examples of what I wanted it to sound like. Because I love the song. Yeah, the music in Crestoria is really good. Like, it is genuinely amazing. Epic dramatic scene, yeah. Yeah, it's very like guitar heavy, and I really like it. Jazz in the background, yeah. So like, because she fell in love with Orwin, she vowed to never eat humans and tried to live as a human. Literally, love at first sight for this little scrungo of a man. Love at first sight. I love this shit. Like, she is, it is her Blorbo. And her Blorbo ended up sharing feelings with her. And Orwin's like, oh no, why are you saying this, my queen? My queen, why are you saying this? No. You might be wondering, hey, how does this end? So Naya says, hey, babe, I'm dying. Can you kill me? Because she wants to die as a human, so she's just like, hey, you need to kill me. And I want to die as a human, so you have to kill me right now. Thanks, babe. So, yeah, so Orwin has to kill his wife. And she blatantly requests it. Her dying wish is for him to kill her. Got it, yes. Correct!
一生懸命になれる優しい人。
Yeah, kill wife. They do have a child. The child's like passed out nearby. By the way. So anyway, did you want a CG of this, by the way? Do you want a CG? Anyway, here's a CG of Orwin killing his wife via strangulation. Let's go. This guy's kind of going through it right now. Anyway, everyone take up F in chat for Naya, who is now dead. Anyway, his daughter woke up. Anyway, so everyone say hi to Ara, who just woke up, and she woke up to see her dad strangling her mom to death. Oh my god, Ultra High, welcome in. Orwin just killed his wife. Chris are like, baby girl. Please, please, your dad didn't do this. So, Ara, filmed the whole thing, and is now broadcasting that to everybody in the world. And Orwin just like, you know what? Like, so Orwin, he just had to kill his wife. So, he's literally just like, fuck, let it happen, man. This is really bad. So like he's really espresso depresso right now because he just killed his wife. Now he's hearing the voices of the damned from the entire world saying that like, hey bro, you killed your wife? What the fuck was that? To be fair, I don't really think Ara is stupid for this. Like, I do think Nash is stupid for like everything he does, but Ara's not really stupid because she woke up and saw her father strangling her mother. And she already thinks that Orwin is like a bad father. So like, honestly, it's really shocking for a little kid to see that. So like, I don't think she's stupid for this. This days are already about as bad as it can get. Go for it. So Aura, I don't think is being stupid here. It's understandable why, yeah. Bro. Yeah, the goddess, yeah. The orb, the orb, it's a fucking allegory, bro. Twitter is stupid, man. It's a whole shot, and this entire story is about how if you see if you see like a limited perspective, you don't understand the whole perspective of what happened. You don't understand the nuances behind actions that happen. It's the whole point. That's the point of the story. The stupidity is the point. Had time to yeah, exactly. Just caught in the moment. So anyway, Orwin is now a transgressor. You know what that means, fellas. It gets on his eye. Which is like the second coolest place for the thing to go. Coolest, I think, is the tongue. But his eye turns into the stain of guilt. The stain of guilt. I mean. So, yeah. So, you might be thinking like, okay, well, what happens next?
聞いてよ。私の前からいなくなってよ。この人殺し。
Oh my god, Empty, hi! You're about to see a kid transform. Let's go! Come on, Aura, anytime now. Empty just walked in. Empty just walked in. Do the thing. Come on, do the thing. Oh, here's the enforcers. Yeah, do it. Welcome in, Empty. Yeah, do the thing. You're embarrassing me. So Oren's literally just like, yo, I just killed my wife. Can you kill me already? Come on, hurry up. Come on, do it. Of course, all the other transgressors are like, bro. Bro, you should run.
違う、そんなことない。俺たちは見てた。俺たちは知ってる。俺の思いもニーナさんの気持ちも。
Is this Bamco? This is Tales of Crestoria. I love them. These are all my scrunglos. Where the fuck is Vicious? I forget where Vicious is.
当社からオーレンを守ろう。
カナタならそうするって分かってたよ。ま、しゃあないな。おっさん守るんは主義やないけど、今回は特別や。
Vicious saw the smoke break. He does that a lot, actually. I love the coat on the person in the right. Yeah! Yeah, that's Aegis. He's cool. He's also gay. Oh, Vicious. Vicious. Is your favorite the... Oh my god, Empty, you know me so well. Of course it's the man in the middle. Yeah, smoke break's over.
いつものことだが、キリがないな。
So they're defending Orwin.
さっきからなんでだんまりなん？やる気ないんと。
And like, so Vicious has been going around like basically like helping people out, giving them force of therapy. I have you downloaded. Oh my god. So like this entire time, like Vicious is like very kind of active and like saying like, hey, like, don't be cringe. Keep on living. Let me help you keep on living. But he's actually not feeling that for Orwin, because Orwin like genuinely has no will to live right now. Because like Kanata, he does have a like. When Kanata became a transgressor, like, he felt really bad, but he still had the will to live. Orwin does not have the will to live right now. So, like, Vicious doesn't really care at the moment. Like, he doesn't really want to protect Orwin because he doesn't see any point in it, basically. That's, like, the whole thing that's happening right now. Because, like, Orwin literally, like, he just done. Because his wife's dead. His wife's dead, he killed her, and now, like, and of course, like, he has very low self-esteem as regards to, like, being a father. So he's like, okay, like, well, let me die, like, somebody better will take care of my daughter, it'll be fine. That's kind of what's going on right now.
もしかしてあれとちゃう？死にたいなら勝手に死ねとか思ってるんちゃうの？すぐそうやって突き放すん悪い癖やで、ほんまに。
And of course, like, Vicious dragging his fucking feet, just like, alright. So I can hear the sound of Vicious's pelvic bones and stick. You mean his womb tattoo?
だがそれでもな、さっきのあんたの意志、よかったと思うぜ。さっきのは随分と。
Yeah, so he's just like, yo. Thumbs up. You did good right there. Been so out of the game, I forgot what it was called. So true. So Vicious is like, okay, I guess I'm gonna try and like help this guy. Oh, he's so pregnant with rebellion. So Vish is like kind of dragging his ass, like trying to be like, okay, let me try and give him a pep talk, but I know it's not gonna work.
そうだよな、マジで。いけすかねえよな、とことん。そんなとこ全部ぶっ壊すに限るぜ。つうことで感謝しろよ、おっさん。俺は俺の意志で気に食わねえからこいつらぶっ潰す。ま、いいもん見せてもらったね。
He's literally just like, yo, you did a good thumbs up, tip of the hat. Anyway, I just realized I'm watching a clip. Yeah. Empty, did you know that this game has reached end of service? This game reached end of service in 2022. I am one of 20 fans of the game that's still like actively talking about the game. Yeah, Empty, okay. Hi Empty, welcome to Tales of Crestoria. This was a gacha game that ran from mid-2020 to early 2022. It was shot in the back by Bamco at some point. Yeah, this is Tales of Gacha, which tells you all you need to know because nothing called Tales of Gacha ends well because none of them live for long. In worldwide, at least. JP, they last a little longer. You murdered your wife out of love. Man, Empty, if you missed out on this game, you missed out on some fun events like human trafficking, somebody burning to death in a building, human experimentation. Inform me, I'm so late to class. Oh my god. Literally, like, because I've been, like, showing everybody, like, parts of the story today, and, like, literally when we got to the human trafficking part, they were like, what the fuck? They wrote this in the game? And yes, they did write this in the game.
自分で考えて正しい償いをしなきゃいけないんだ。
かなた、俺は。ちくしょう。俺はどうすりゃいいんだ。俺は。
何をやっている俺。少しは自分の身を守ろうとしろ。
It is important.
自分の身を守れだと。そんな
Bet.
さっさと死にたいんだよ。
俺
愛してたのに、ニーナを殺しちまった。
Yeah, so Bro's really sad that he had to kill his wife at her request.
張り裂けそうなんだよ。もう嫌だ。無理なんだよ。こんな苦しみ。
Of course, he's like moping for a while.
俺には耐えられねえ。アウラを一
When
人
does
で
it
育
happen?
てたく自信もねえ。生きてだってしょうがねえだろ。こんなやつはよ。
I do love that about him. I love that he's so pathetic. He's really pathetic. He just loves his wife so much.
俺は何も頼んじゃいねえぞ。お前が勝手にやって
What
る
is
こ
life
とじゃ
without
ねえ
pathetic man? So true. Pathetic man or what you live for, man.
なんだと。
吐き出してみろよ。自分が許せねえなら。
Of course, Vish is like actually trying because he's like, okay, Grandpa, time to learn for a reason to live.
最後に残って見えてくるかもしれねえぞ。お前の意志ってもんが。
俺はずっと怖かったんだ。ニーナのまっすぐな愛情が、ろくでもねえ俺なんかにずっとついてきてくれた。支えようとして
Oh man,
あんなできた女
King, I wish I could prop you up.
だからこそ 俺にはニーナが眩しすぎたんだ。俺なんかにはふさわしくねえ。不釣り合いだ。
Oh, we love a king with low self-esteem.
いつからか俺は
It's just his hair reminds me of Sloth's from Oh yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's very, very similar.
真実を知るのが怖くて、あいつに向き合って問いただすことすらできなかった。
それがお前の罪か。
そうだ。怖がって目をそらし、あいつを見てやらなかったことが俺の罪だがよ、今この目にはしっかり刻まれてる。あいつの最後
The slight underboob.
美しい姿か。
Well, we got the slight underboob here. We got the vagina bones right here. We got the whore gloves. You don't get to see the whore gloves that good in the sprite, but he does have whore gloves. We got the womb tattoo. We got the Dracula fucking ass collar thing. There's a lot to like about this man. Yeah, his peak design. Orwin's now like, okay, I'm gonna live.
だったらそれでいいじゃねえか。他人にどう言われようと、自分の選択を誇って叫びやがれ。
Yeah, scream that you killed your wife. So we have successfully dragged Orwin out of depression. So now we get to cutscene. Woo! See, he literally, like, one of his eyes is just gone now. I like that. I like that in a man. So now he gets a cool weapon too. And of course, because he strangled his wife to death, his weapons are fists. Then, listen, all of the blood sins relate directly to what they did. Like, Kanata, the little fucking blonde kid, like, he stabbed his father. Like, he killed his father, and his weapon is a giant sword. Everything is related. Yeah, tailor-made for you because you strangled your wife. Here you go, champ. Slap someone on the ass.
俺とニーナの愛は他人に何を言われても揺るがない。そいつに気づいたからな。
愛って恥ずかしくないの？
恥ずかしいことを恥ずかしげもなく言えるのが大人ってもんだぜ。
なんや、すっかり開き直ってもうて。
だが卑屈でいられるよりずっとマシだ。
それは同感や。
ま、そういう開き直りを人様は一番嫌うみてえだけどね。
But in case you forgot, there are, like, enforcers around, so they gotta kill him. So they take care of them. Is Yuna supposed to be French? I think so. I think that's what they were going for. So they're fighting off all the enforcers to, like, you know, it's what they do.
大勝利ってやつだな。さすが俺。
But in case you forgot, the daughter's still here. You know, the daughter that reported Orwin for killing his wife. So let's see what happens here with the daughter.
お父さん。
アウラ。
お父さん、さっき言ってたこと。
アウラ。俺は言い訳するつもりはない。
He's like, yeah, kid, I killed mom.
この俺だ。 だが同時に俺たちは誰よりも愛し合ってた夫婦だった。それも本当なんだ。
何それ。
She's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? You killed mom. Bro, you can't wax poetics at me. I am a child. You love too hard. But, did you guys forget that, you know, Orwin, normal human man. That's fine. Hit the gritty, become a monster now, thanks. Yeah, so, Orwin, regular ass person, normal person. His wife, man-eating monster. So, let's see what happens here. We got a wolf children situation going on. Let's see how that works out.
Hold on. Hold on.
Woohoo! Let's go! She finally did it. Thanks. Thank you. Of course, like, Ara's not... Ara thinks he's a normal kid. So she's a little horrified. Well, she only got halfway there. So, So yeah, his daughter is now half man-eating monster. I don't know if she has the urge to like bite the head off of things yet, but
リシャスが触った途端姿が戻ったように見えたけど。
俺が知るかよ。
とにかく、アウラ
well,
を
that's a plot point that will never be resolved.
ゆっくり休ませてあげないと。
いや、それなら家よりももっといいところがある。俺に任せてくれ。それからさ、アウラを預け終わったら少し手伝ってほしいんだ。
手伝うって何を？
ニーナの墓を作るのをな。
So they make a little grave for Orwin's dead wife.
いい場所じゃなくてごめんな。でも静かな方が落ち着くだろう。
ニーナさん、安らかに眠ってください。
悲しいんだね。日記はとても可愛がってもらっていたものね。日記。
さて、これからどこに行くんだ？
Oh, y'all, he has back problems too.
夜は腰が痛くなるから昼間のうちに移動しちまおうぜ。
何？まさかついてくるつもりなのか？
だってお前らビジョンオーブをなくして世界を変えるんだろ。母親がニーナなんだ。アウラがああなるのは必然だったろうさ。
My back is gonna hurt. I'm not gonna be brave about it. So true. But basically, like, Orwin inserts himself into the party, because, like, he also wants to get rid of vision orbs because, like, eventually his daughter's gonna transform and somebody's gonna report her and she's gonna be hunted down as well. So, like, he's like, yo, if somebody sees my daughter transform, they're not gonna be understanding. They're just going to assume that she's, like, she needs to be put down. So, like, that, he inserts himself to the party specifically to protect his daughter, which I love. I love that for him. Mwah. Kisses him on the ass. Anyway. Then there's chapter 10, which is the very last chapter of the game. Because after chapter 10, it reached end of service. Because, Bamco doesn't know how to run a game. I don't remember, like, too much about this, because this is kind of like a between chapter, from what I remember. Wait, this is more of a plot chapter. Never mind. But, basically, in this chapter, one of the things that completely flabbergasted me is that we learned that, Orwin's a prince. So, he's a prince. This man, royalty. So, like, the people, like, when Orwin was saying that, like, hey, I know a safe place to send my daughter, like, he was talking about the royal family. And he's, like, letting them know, like, hey, my daughter, she might turn into a monster at some point. Can you protect her? So he gives her over to the royal family to, like, get formal royal protection. And, like, kind of shielded from the rest of the world, basically. But I think I mentioned this earlier, but when Orwin met his wife, she's a little unusual, you see. Exactly. So, he was originally the crown prince, but then when he met Naya, he decided to, like, give all that up to specifically marry her and just live as a normal person. And yeah. So we learned that, and, like, he kind of uses his royal connections to go into, like, try and get access to the library. This is his brother. So, like, when Orwin gave up like, the crown, it passed on to Backwin, which is his brother. So this is his brother, the prince. Along with the dad, the king. So yeah, they basically get information from the royal library and stuff and get, like, some shelter for now. Because, like, the royal family is kind of like, hey, Orwin, I know you probably have reasons for this, so, like, we're just gonna secretly give you some help. And they do a little more exploration. They meet back up with Mila. And get some, like, backstory on, like, everything. So, like, this is like non-god god. This is, like, because, like, I forget when they announced End of Service in comparison to, like, when Chapter 10 released, because I think I was, like, dragging my feet a little bit about doing Chapter 10, and then they announced End of Service, so I wasn't really motivated to read most of this. But actually, like, I was really lazy. I think I, like, did it at the last minute and didn't retain a lot of info on this. So it's just basically, like, a lot of backstory that will not get any resolution in this chapter, which sucks, but yeah, we just, like, get a bunch of, like, just backstory and stuff, and then, like, you know, this touching little scene happens with Aegis. I don't know the full context, so, like, yeah. But that's the entire story of Tales of Crestoria, which has haunted my every waking moment for years. So yeah, then after this chapter released, it was no new content after that, and then it reached end of service and shut down, and then Bamco took it out back. And then a manga released I still need to read, because, you know, Jesus Christ. Apparently the ending is rushed to hell and back, which sucks, but I want to read it anyway. But that's, like, that is a tale for later. But yeah, this has been the Tales of Crestoria stream, where I talk about Tales of Crestoria for 4.5 hours. and I could go on for longer, but I do need a break. So I hope you guys enjoyed learning about this game that I absolutely adore. And oh, what a 4.5 hours they were. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. But I'm gonna put on the music again. I'm gonna put on Everrain. This was incredible. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm just gonna put this one on repeat because I like it. Yeah, Crestoria, excellent game. Wish Bamco didn't shit the bed with it. But I love it, and I wish more people would remember it and appreciate it for what it was. It never had a finished story. the manga's technically finished, but it's a little unsatisfying, but at least it got some kind of conclusion at the end of the day. But yeah, if you want to learn one thing from this stream, don't fucking trust Bamco with the gacha game. Jesus Christ. They will fumble the bag every time. But yeah, if you want to know a fun fact, part of the reason why Crestoria was shut down, like, other than, like, poor performance, it was because Bamco was also releasing Tales of Luminaria, which failed even more spectacularly than Crestoria did. Like, Luminaria did not even last longer than 6 months. That's how badly it crashed. Because it was just a weird amalgamation of bad ideas. Yeah, Bamco tried to advertise Luminaria. Yeah, they tried to advertise Luminaria so hard. They got, who was it? It was Kiara, right? Because I think it's Kiara who's like a huge Tales fan. So they got her to stream it, and she hated it. It was very much like a, man, I want to say some negative things, but I'm being sponsored, so I can't, kind of thing. It was very painful. Luminary was bad. It was really bad. But yeah, Tales of Crestoria is celebrating its 5th anniversary in 3 days. So July 15th is its 5th anniversary of being around. Yeah, this is neat. Ooh, gritted teeth. Yes. Yes, very gritted teeth. Again, I should reiterate, one of the only official pieces of Crestoria content that's still up by Bamco is the soundtrack, and it's very good. Everrain, which I covered in English, it's on my YouTube. Some other examples of good tracks is Dance of the Monsters. This is the standard fight song. It's really good. And this is the song that was playing during Orwin's scenes, truth be told. Again, I sent this to Dama as an example of like what I wanted in my first commission with Dama. It's very funny. This is what plays during some of the like blood sin scenes. Really good track. And of course, there is Far Away, which is Kanata's theme. Also very good. I've seen that live stream. Oh yeah, the Kiara one. They tried so hard to make Luminaria a thing, but nobody wanted to play it. And of course, like, these last ones here are like instrumental versions of it. So like, Kinslayer is the instrumental of Far Away. Because, you know, Kinslayer is Kanata's theme. Then there's My Reason, which is Vicious's alternate theme. After Tales of Arise, I was looking at the stream, I was like, yeah, no, I will keep playing Arise if it'll... Yeah. It's not like we didn't try and like it. Like, okay, I did try and like Luminaria. I just didn't like it. Because, I tried it, but, man, it was a difficult game to like. I know there's like a very large community of people who really still love the game, kind of like the same as the Crestoria community, but I couldn't get into it. Can only push forced love so far. So true. So true. Like Crestoria I thought was very fun to play. So like the fighting mechanics are like combo based. So some of the characters you get, like, they deal, like, they could do 20 hits in a row, and the hits do, like, no damage. And then there's some characters that do only, like, 2 hits, but they do massive damage. So the whole thing was, like, trying to maximize your combo, because the higher your combo, the more, like, damage bonuses you get. Point of Vicious and his skill did, like, 14 hits or something. Yeah, so the whole thing was, like, stacking combos up, so, like, your heavy hitters could do, like, the maximum amount of damage. So it was kind of like a puzzle, and, like, managing, like, which moves you had available and trying to, like, maximize your combos for a turn. I thought it was very fun, because it was kind of like a puzzle rather than a fighting thing. So I loved Crestoria gameplay. Whereas Luminaria, it had that... I don't like games that do, like, action-y stuff in mobile games. Just because your hands are covering most of the screen, so it kind of makes it difficult to do the reaction time stuff that a lot of action games require. And Luminaria was an action-y game. It also did a weird thing where it was played in vertical mode. But yeah. Anyway, it's almost been 5 hours of me straight up yapping. Like, most of the stream has been me just, like, straight yapping about things. So, I gotta take a break. I need to rest my voice. I need to, like, finish doing laundry tonight. But, y'all, I just saw that V for Velcro is live, and y'all, I hope, if you are on Velcord, or Nerdcord, do you guys know the plan? Are you guys aware of the plan? There's a plan in place. So you better follow me over to Velstream, because there's the plan. So, yeah, remember the plan, everybody. There's the plan. So right now, Vel's playing Uma Musume, the fucking horse game, which I don't play, but I love Vel, so we're gonna go say hi to Vel. Anyway, thanks for hanging, thanks for learning about Tales of Crestoria for me, and I will see you sometime on Monday, for me and Vel's usual collab. Anyway, with that, remember the plan, we're gonna see Vel. Bye!